Check, check. Hello, check, 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 check.
பையன் தான் இருக்காரு.
இருக்குது கொஞ்சம் இங்க வந்து
Yeah, because the way
ஓகேவா?
இப்படிதான் பண்ண முடியுமா? இது பண்ண எடுத்துருக்கேன். இதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் ஓரமா தள்ளி வச்சுக்கோங்க. அதான உள்ள கொண்டு not support that. The representative of the king is actually got to be among the this is not a border. How much you should have, but I understood that you have to deliver on data.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. We start the day today, the second day of the conference, with the invocation by Raja Ganesh, Father Vincent, and Mr. Rashid will respectively invoke their prayers.
Om Tangachatthakam Dhammadadbham Samvamanagum Sijanatam Deva Bhagam Yatha Purve Sanjanana Upasata Samana Mantra Samitis Samani Samanam Manas Sahachittamesham Samanam Keto Abhijakam Rabhatham Sam Jnane Nava Havidhayitamaha Samani Vakutihi Samana Hridayani Vaha Samana Vastu Vamanaha Yatha Vastu Sahasati Sam Jnanandasvaihi Sam Jnanamaranihi Sam Jnanamashvinayivam Ihasma Suniyatshadam Sam Jnanam Me Brahaspatihi Sam Jnanagum Savidakarate Sam Jnanamashvinayivam Ihamahyaniyatshadam Upachayami Vagrnehe Akanma Sharmade Vayam Agne Hiranya Sandrishaha Om.
Yesterday for the Christian worship, I brought the Advent season wreath and then had the lighting of the 4 candles. Almost all the churches and every Christian knows about that. And today, I would like to pray the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. Almost he is a very popular saint, a saint who was for peace, who was environment friendly, a 12th century popular saint in Christianity. This song certainly you must have heard many times. I make it a prayer, very apt for our conference on peace and reconciliation. O Lord, make me a channel of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me bring your love. Where there is injury, your pardon. And where there is doubt, true faith. Make me a channel of your peace. Where there is despair, let me bring hope. Where there is darkness, only light. And where there is sadness, ever joy. O Master, grant that I may never seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love with all my soul. பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும், பகைமை உள்ள இடத்தில் பாசத்தை வளர்க்கவும், வேதனை நிறைந்த மனதில் மன்னிப்பு வழங்கவும், வேதனை நிறைந்த மனதில் மன்னிப்பு வழங்கவும், கலக்கம் அடையும் வாழ்வில் நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டவும், அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே, அமைதியின் தூதனாய் என்னையே மாற்றுமே.
Shalom to every one of you. The basic of Judaism. That is the biggest prayer ever. I will recite it. Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Eternal is God, the Eternal is one. Toda Rabba. Thank you very much.
So we start today's conference with His Excellency Sir Christopher Hodges has come here to give his inaugural address. He assumed the post of Consul General at the US Consulate in Chennai on July 31st, 2023. As a Consul General in Chennai, he is responsible for advancing US-India relations in the consular jurisdiction, covering Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and 3 union territories of Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, and Puducherry. Prior to this, he was senior advisor in the office of the coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts, CARE. Chris joined the Foreign Service in 2000 and has served as public affairs officer in Jerusalem, Hanoi, Vietnam, Accra, Ghana. He has served as deputy director for Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein in the Office of Central European Affairs. His other tours include Suva, Fuji, and Frankfurt, Germany. Chris holds a Bachelor of Science in International Affairs with honors from Georgia Tech and Master of Art degree in International Affairs and Strategic Studies, respectively, from George Washington University and the US Naval War College. He was runner-up for the 2018 Edward R. Murrow Award for Public Diplomacy and honored by Public Diplomacy Alumni Association for achievement in public diplomacy in 2019. He was a runner-up for the 2018. He is originally from Marita, Georgia, and is married with 2 kids. Would you like to sit there? Along with them. Just-
Nope. Okay, good morning, everyone. So, first of all, I want to thank Swami Ji for the kind invitation to join everyone this morning for the 8th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation. It's good to see some friends and colleagues that I've already met in different walks of Chennai over my last several months here as Consul General, and to meet new friends and colleagues this morning as well. I also want to acknowledge the difficult, excuse me, time that all of us have experienced in the last few days in the wake of Cyclone Michelle. I hope everyone's friends and family are safe and secure as the recovery process begins. At the same time, the response of the community, neighbors looking out for each other, simple acts of heroism and empathy everywhere, remind us all of our common humanity and the shared world we inhabit, giving us hope that even in dark times, the light of human kindness can serve as an inspiration. And the foundation of a kind and just society is freedom, including religious freedom. The freedom to worship as you choose or not at all has been a cornerstone of American belief from the founding of our country some 247 years ago. It goes hand in hand with other fundamental freedoms, such as freedom of expression, freedom of association, and freedom of peaceful assembly. These freedoms support the simple but enduring truth that men and women should be able to follow their conscience, speak their mind, and chart their own path, as long as it does not jeopardize or harm their neighbors. And the society is richer, more robust, and more creative because of the diversity that this nurtures. The United States is committed to supporting these values around the world, as evidenced by the International Religious Freedom Act, a landmark bipartisan law enacted in 1998 and celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. The act cements and codifies America's efforts to promote religious freedom around the world, including the annual publication of an International Religious Freedom Report for every country. This report provides governments and legislators, human rights advocates, religious communities, and citizens a tool to better understand religious freedom in their own countries and other places around the world. We will continue to work with other governments through multilateral organizations like the United Nations, the UN Human Rights Council, the International Religious Freedom for Belief Alliance, and the International Contact Group on Freedom of Religion and Belief. It's a lot of long international organizations. I'm sure they have acronyms. I failed to use any of them. To confront governments and non-state actors who infringe on this universal right. But at the same time, and this is an important point in every context, and certainly in the American context, we recognize that governments cannot and should not do this work by themselves. Partnership with civil society, just like the one here this morning, are crucial in advancing and supporting religious freedom. And we must be inclusive in our efforts, working with everybody, because religious freedom is for everyone. It's not just for male leaders. It's not for diplomats. It's for every element of society and every faith to promote greater inclusion and cooperation and combat hatred and discrimination. We have to support activists and marginalized believers of all faiths, wherever we find them, if this is going to work. So what are the obstacles that we face? We had the privilege, Versa and Padus and I, a couple of days ago, of meeting with a wide range of religious leaders in Trivandrum, in Kerala, a state known for its communal and interfaith harmony. I was struck during that conversation repeatedly by something I knew in the abstract, but appreciated in the particular. The fact that all of these leaders, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, acknowledged and operated from a common base of values. For every religion in the world preaches tolerance, love, kindness, and charity as their foundation. The leaders around the table that night didn't argue about doctrinal differences or interpretations of holy texts or who did what when or who was first in this area or that area. They just celebrated their common humanity, the values that brought all of them to their faith, the values that inspired and galvanized their mission to promote tolerance with others. It's a simple point that's common to all religions that everyone acknowledges and then moves on from quickly, too quickly. We cannot let our common humanity, our common values in this conversation get lost in the shuffle. I noticed another important point that night. All of these leaders weren't just colleagues, they were friends. They stayed at each other's houses. They knew each other's dietary preferences. At one point, one of them intervened with the waiter to make sure that the meal was vegan and not vegetarian. And they shared a deep collection of inside jokes, which was hard for those of us around the table who weren't privy to those inside jokes, but it was good. They weren't relating to each other as bishop or imam, but as dear personal friends. It illustrated to me how much religious intolerance and prejudice relies upon this idea of the other, an abstract threat to your well-being, your way of life, and your future. People who fall victim to these prejudices often don't know someone from that community at all, or they view or are told to view these people through a prism which strips them of their humanity. They don't have a name, they don't have an identity, they don't have a background. They are just a member of a group that means you harm. The dinner we had that night in Trivandrum was a powerful testament to the importance of knowing your neighbor as a person, rather than just as a representation of something you've been told to hate and to mistrust. I also noted that although there was a lot of talking that night, there was listening as well, and an intellectual humility and a desire for knowledge. No one professed to have all of the answers, despite committing their life and profession to seeking them. And from that humility and openness came understanding and compassion, two qualities that are critical if tolerance is to take root. So often, prejudice and hatred come from a deep and abiding insecurity and crisis of identity. Faced with anxiety and self-doubt, it is much easier for some to define what they are not rather than what they are, and to stigmatize and isolate those who fall outside of this arbitrary definition. The champions for religious freedom and tolerance are supremely content with who they are and the limitations they have. And they find purpose and meaning in promoting the values and love that undergird their belief system, rather than the fine print of the beliefs themselves. I grew up in the Catholic Church in the southern United States in Atlanta, Georgia. That's not a big Catholic area of the country, but my mother was Irish Catholic, O'Leary, and she made it her mission to ensure that my brother and I were at Mass every week, baptized, penance, can I name all of them? Well, I'm glad she's not here. Confirmation, all of the sacraments. I was there every week next to my Protestant father, who practiced in a different church, but showed up faithfully every Sunday morning, and sometimes Saturday evening when the folk choir would play, which he really liked, for all of those masses. And those are really fond memories for me, not because of the Bible passages I learned or the Catholic teachings that I absorbed. Instead, it was the priests who led the church who made a real impact on me. Father Tom Carroll, Father Brian Sheridan, Father Tom LeClaire. I still remember their names 35 years later, and it's because of the kindness and the inclusivity and the simple goodness they practiced in every facet of their lives. Whether they were saying Mass, whether they were at the rectory, whether you saw them in the community, they're always the same. Always nice, always warm, always kind. I remember going on a trip with the other altar boys to Disney World and losing my ticket. And those things, even back in the 80s, man, those things were gold. I mean, if you found them, they were worth a couple $100s. And I remember going to the Lost and Found with Father Brian. And I was really concerned because I wasn't gonna be able to get back in the park. It was like the first day. And he asked the guy working at the Lost and Found, has anyone turned in a ticket for the park? And I remember thinking, even as like a 12-year-old, right? Like, there's no way anybody's ever going to turn in a ticket for Disney World. They're going to find it and they're going to keep it. But someone actually had found and turned in my ticket, and I got it back, which I consider to this day to be a miracle. I think if I were with a priest, that ticket would have been gone. But I was happy to get it back. But again, someone taking the time to help a really scared kid track down his ticket and not say, well, it's too bad, buddy, you're just out of luck. You should pay more attention next time. And although I associated those virtues with these priests at the time, I now understand and realize that they are universal human values that I've had the privilege to encounter in every religious and non-religious context all over the world. They're values that I strive to pass on to my kids as well, with my wife, who is Hindu. And we raise our kids as members of two faiths and two cultures, while emphasizing the values of love, kindness, and compassion. This should be the starting point for everything that they do. Which brings me to the theme for this year's conference, Peace Through Justice. I know the traditional applications for this concept, and they are important to discuss in the international relations framework, in the geopolitical framework. I do that stuff every day. That's the job that I've chosen. But let me offer a smaller lens through which to view this idea. One that promotes justice as equal treatment of individuals, to ensuring that others in your community are heard, and that we all embrace the values that we share, rather than be threatened by the places and opinions where we diverge. Remembering the common humanity that unites and enriches us all. Thank you again to Swami Ji and everyone here for allowing me to speak with you today, and I look forward to further discussion.
Thank you very much, sir, for those really, maybe not thought-provoking, but something that resonates with what the conference is going to or be all about. Now, I request you, Ma'am Versa Perkins, Rajendra Sood, Major General Indra Balan, to please come and light the lamp. Mr. Ramnath, please, to light the lamp. Yeah, please. Mr. Saravana Kumar, Consul General of Malaysia, will also join to light the lamp. So the next session is Paneer Selvan. Okay, Paneer Selvan, then. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Right photo was it, right?
I request Swamiji Hariprasad ji to garland Mr. Christopher Holmes and I request Ms. Padmanabhan to garland Ms. Versa Perkins. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Christopher and Versa to
Janet? Janet. Either one of them.
Yeah. 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 I've got all the. So we'll take a little bit of time to get the arrangements done for the first session. Kindly bear up with us.
sending a link, right?
There will be a slight change in as per the previous brochure. There's a slight change. The conference chairperson for the first session is going to be Dr. Paneerselvam. And so I will now start with the introduction of the Consul General of Malaysia, Mr. Saravana Kumaravasagan. Can we please come and take your seat here?
Yes.
His Excellency Saravana Kumaravasagan is the Consul General of Malaysia and South India. He also heads the Malaysian Tourism Board and Malaysian Trade Council. A Tamil origin diplomat, His Excellency is very helpful to Tamil folk, quite aware of and immersed in Indian culture. He is bringing Malaysia and India closer in many ways. He has graduated with BSc Honours and is a Master of Science in Natural Resource Management from the University of Putra, Malaysia. Now, I request Dr. Paneerselvam. Then I request Shri Rajendra Raj Sood, Dr. Samita Hedige, Major General M. Indrabalan, please. I'll start my introductions with Major General. Major General Indrabalan is a former Chief of Staff, Dakshin Bharat area. He is a Kargil War veteran and has also taken part in Operation Kukri, in United Stations Mission in Sierra Leone, Operation Rakshak and Operation Parakram. He has curated a theatre play called Operation Vijay in 1971 to spread the message of peace and nobility of India in liberating Bangladesh through the Indo-Pak War in 1971. The general is here to share his thoughts on India's noble war and Indian soldiers as messiahs of peace. Shri Rajendra Raj Sood is a fellow member of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia and a registered professional engineer, Board of Engineers Malaysia. He has started his career in Malaysian Standards and Industrial Research Institution in 1975. Retired in 2006 as the Senior General Manager of Standards. He has since then undertaken a series of consultancy projects in Malaysia, ASEAN region, Bangladesh, Central Asia, East Asia. From 2017 to April 23 was the key expert on standards and conference in the EU funded ARISE Plus program. Just to share some of his exceptional achievements, Shri Rajendra led the establishment of ISO 9000 certification and developed product certification programs in 1988 for SIRIM Malaysia and as consultant to SUCO FINDO Indonesia in 1998. He has undertaken work for International Standards Organization for training and as a resource person for developing country matters. works on developing management of technical regulations and conducting studies in Malaysia, Singapore, and Kenya. Dr. Samhita Hettige is a visiting professor of conflict prevention at Kuala Lumpur University. He is head of faculty arts, humanities, and social sciences at SLTC University Colombo. He is former advisor to Union Peacekeeping and National Education Commission of Sri Lanka. Dr. Samhita is a supporter of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, and his talks and seminars and conferences have been well received. Now I request Dr. Paneerselvam. Request. It's not working. I request Mr. Rangnath to please join the dais. No, not the order. Yes, please. I request Dr. Paneerselvam to please come and start session.
Most revered and respected Swamiji, pronounced Sadhguru. It is a great pleasure to participate in this 8th International Peace Conference organized by Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Some of you would remember that last year we had the title, Education is the Key to Peace. And this year, Swamiji has suggested the title, Peace Born Out of Justice. So it is very much essential for us to understand the concept of peace in relation to the concept of justice. Of course, in Western tradition, there are two great thinkers, Rawls, and of course, one is Indian thinker, our Amartya Sen. Both of them have contributed substantially for developing the notion of justice. But in Indian context, the concept of justice is ancient, I should say. From the time of the Vedas, we have the concept of justice. And it is interesting to note that the concept of justice in Indian tradition is not only related to human beings, but also to the entire planet. This means the Indian philosophical and cultural tradition has always emphasized the fact that the anthropocentric approach to the concept of justice is not acceptable. And what we need is the ecocentric concept of justice, where we talk about or we include the both animate and inanimate. Perhaps keeping this in mind, our Swamiji has coined the theme that peace is born out of justice. In fact, I have a paper today afternoon wherein I would like to speak how the concept of peace is sometimes connected to hospitality. In Western tradition, there are thinkers like Jacques Derrida and Levinas who talked about the significance of hospitality. The hospitality, according to them, should be extended not only to our own brothers and sisters, but also to strangers. This notion of hospitality is quite often seen in Indian philosophical tradition. What I'm trying to say is the method which we are adopting in Indian tradition is so vast that it includes every aspects of life, whether it is human life or the plant life or animal life. So I would like to say that this seminar or this conference has a noble theme, and we are here to celebrate the concept of peace. And it has been emphasized by Professor S.R. Bhatt yesterday that the concept of peace has to be holistic in nature. That is, it should include every aspects of life. So I would give an elaboration of this notion of peace in the context of hospitality in the afternoon. But now I have the privilege of chairing this session. I am very grateful to our revered Swamiji. In fact, I just 2 days ago, I informed Swamiji that I am unable to attend because I am surrounded by water and it was very difficult for me to reach this place. But Swamiji was keen on my presence here, and also I had my 2 eye operations 20 days ago, so I found it very difficult to come. But because of Sadhguru's grace, I am here, and I am very grateful to Swamiji as well to our Sadhguru Ma. And with this brief note, I would like to invite His Excellency Sri Shravanakumar Kumaravasagam, who is the Consul General of Malaysia, to offer his views on this. Like sit and
a very good morning to chairperson of session and Swamiji, our Mr. Christopher, U.S. Consul General, and to the distinguished guests, learned people who are here today this morning. And it is referring to the topic, the theme that says peace is born of justice. Well, it's interesting in the context of Malaysia being a multi-diverse, multi-religious, multi-racial country. And you can always see the theme in Malaysian tourism, Malaysia truly Asia. I think many of you all would have visited Malaysia during your course of life, and you would have seen how Malaysia, since independence, actually has found a way until today to navigate this relation between various communities, diverse background, and make the country peaceful until now and prosper. And not forgetting, it also has very similar nature with what US is about. Even from the flag itself, the colors are very similar. The nature of the society is a free society. So it's very, very interesting how, like myself is a Tamilian who's living in the Indian diaspora, and how our society, the Indian-based society, as our culture has intermingled with other cultures there. And our mainstay, like my parents, my father is a very active person in social circles during his time, in the circle of religious, spiritual movements, and involvement in social activities with the societies. That itself has shaped my life when I saw both my parents were very actively involved in anything to do with society in their life, from spiritual, from helping people in a way, whatever way they want, many ways, culturally, even financially, whatever they can contribute. So more than that, they have shaped my life too. I've learned many things from them, especially my father Kumara Vasagam. And being with the other cultures there, we can see that it's very unique how Malaysia's concept of peaceful coexistence that has existed so long, and it will exist for time to come. Of course, there are nationalistic behavior of certain races or certain people in certain community which continually provoke the nationalistic attributes that they want better things. They are the signs of the soil, this kind of issues. But at the same time, our current Prime Minister, with the guidance of our royal household, I form a unity government, the current unity government, which has composition of all the religion, all the races, and all sorts of stakeholders, thinking people, and put up a government which is running so far 1 year. It's already completed 1 year anniversary. So it's very interesting to note the challenges that a country like Malaysia faces when it comes to putting this and keeping this thing that is peace is born through justice. It's very interesting in a global context. We see this picture. Even in ASEAN, Malaysia has been a promoter of issues of non-interference, how we handle the issue of Myanmar, and the decision being Myanmar is kept in ASEAN fold. Usually, if a country does that, they will actually suspend the membership of the country. But during this time, there was a strong feeling which is led, like countries like Malaysia, that we should not do that. We do that, how are we going to continue the dialogue? We will be cut off from the diplomatic channels. So we have to keep them in the phone. And doesn't matter what, but keep the dialogue going. And until now, dialogues are still going. Hopefully, there will be some solutions coming in the near future for a country like Myanmar, in the context within ASEAN. So these are some of the things that, in a reason, Malaysia has been a very strong proponent of ceasefire and long-term solution. I mean, immediate solution for what is happening in Middle East, in Gaza. So all this thing, and our Prime Minister has been very hard traveling around the world, meeting world leaders. Even though we are a small country, might not able to make big difference, but putting the thoughts, standing up for the people who are being we just let go that what is happening on the conflict side, but the people, the innocent people, should not be involved in such conflicts, and they should be spared, and a ceasefire should be negotiated, and they should not be involved in this arms conflict between two conflicting parties. So these are some of the great things that Malaysia, even a small country, has stand up and been having dialogue with major superpowers around the world, try to engage and bring justice wherever is possible. And that is Malaysia's, all the way it's a principle. We have not, in our history, we have not involved in any armed conflict with any country. Even with Indonesia, we had what I call confrontation, and that was also handled very well during 1960s. And eventually it came to the formation of Malaysia itself in 1963 with Singapore and the states of Sabah, Sarawak. And then later on, Singapore decided to leave Malaysia, and with the due respect, we had peacefully negotiated agreement to allow Singapore to leave Malaysia and form their own country. And then whatever necessary, the water deal is still there. Malaysia still has a major water supplier to Singapore. and it's a backbone of their water security for Singapore until now. If Malaysia could have taken a decision not to stop giving water in the name of animosity, their prosperity, their money, we could have just said stop. Why we should give water? But we have not done that in the principle of friendship, understanding that this should not be the way to solve that issue. So the water agreement is kept as apart from any other conflicts. So that should be there. And Malaysia has supplied all the necessary many food items, food security, many things that goes to Singapore on daily basis. Of course, we benefited economically. Our farmers, our Malaysian traders benefits it. Malaysia produce a lot of palm oil, and it's also benefit Singapore because the traders, they're able to make money with their financial, is being a financial hub in that region. Being a major port facility in Singapore, they're able to transport and do financing for our palm oil trade throughout the world. So these are some of the things that keep those countries prosperous and keep going. And as I touch on the water supply, many other things. So these are some of the things that we can emulate in any other conflicts that countries can learn from this experience. And Malaysia also has been negotiating on peace with southern Philippines, the Bangsa Moro, and in southern Thailand. Southern Thailand is still going on. The conflict is still going on there. I mean, it's not a thing, but there are certain elements that are still putting insurgency in southern Thailand, and Malaysia is actively involved in trying to put a peaceful solution to southern Thailand there. Bangsa Moro has been more peaceful now. Only lately there is this thing, but that's the government, the Philippine government is addressing with ASEAN. ASEAN has come up with a statement, and Malaysia supports one of the countries that supported a statement, that this kind of things should not be supported in the context of ASEAN, where certain elements trying to impose in the name of terrorist activity and trying to take control of a city in southern Thailand and establish their own thinking, their movement, what they call, they say in the name of Islamic State. So these kind of elements are being addressed in the ASEAN context, not to prevail or not to have foothold in ASEAN. So all these are keeping ASEAN country region in a peace and order from security nature. And also the conflict with China on the South China Sea, we are trying our best not to create any major conflict over there, because being a major sea route, the countries sit down and keep on talking the terms of a good conduct, practices of good conduct, which can avoid conflicts in a major sea route, trade route for many countries, a major international trade route towards East Asia. So these are some of the elements that Malaysia has been keep on working on it without, I mean, for existent like peace and complying to the theme that we are talking about today. So I just, because I'm not, as Professor just told me on Friday, these are some of the points in that short moment I can deliberate and bring into this congregation today, in this conference. I just will end my, what I would like to say, I've said already, that's just thank you. I'll just end my, what I've said, this thing, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Sri Shravan Kumar Ji, for your very nice presentation. And it is true that in Malaysia we see a peaceful coexistence, and it's also true that peace in Asian countries is to some extent is supported very much by Malaysia as well as India. And also, you have pointed out that how the concept of unity in diversity is practiced in Malaysia. And we are very grateful to you, sir, for your very kind presence as well as your thoughtful lecture, a short lecture, of course. We are very grateful to you for your kind presence in Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Thank you very much. Thank you. You want to leave now? Can you sit for some time? Yeah. Yeah. Because any can speaker after that. Okay.
Now I request Mr. K. Ishwar to come and present his memento to Shri, the Consul General of Malaysia. To Mr. Saravana Kumaravasakan. I sincerely apologize to Mr. Rangnath for not having given a proper introduction to you. But I would give the introduction now because I've introduced all of them and I have not introduced you. Professor J. Ranganathan, we are really happy that he has agreed to join us today. He is also a visiting professor of the International Relations at Vinayaka University. He is extremely dynamic in his ideas and actions about bringing Myanmar and India closer in many ways. He has spoken at many of the earlier events at Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. We look forward to listening to his speech today. And he is the Honorary General of Consul General of Myanmar.
May I now request Honorable Sri Rajendra Raj Sood to make his observations and presentation.
You're happy here? Please.
He's speaking to the podium.
Very good morning to everyone. Firstly, I would like to express my thanks to Swami Hariprasad Ji and the Vishnu Mohan Foundation for giving me the opportunity to speak, to attend and participate in this excellent conference. I believe that they are doing very important work. I've listened to the excellent presentations all day yesterday, and I'm somewhat concerned that I will not be ready up or be a little bit inadequate. But I hope that I will share some of my thoughts. Yeah. Okay, before I go into the presentations, I just have to make a small correction to the brochure that was handed out. I've not been a representative of the European Union. That is an error. I've actually just, my only connection to the European Union is done some work for them. Yeah, but I'm a Malaysian national. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, the first slide, I would really like to share my views on what is peace. Yeah. Now, I think we perceive peace as a peace between persons, communities, and nations. That's one aspect. But there's also this inner peace. The inner peace is something like what we have in the Bhagavad Gita, which teaches you about inner peace, achieving inner peace, and also the other spiritual masters, so many spiritual masters. Now, peace is understood as absence of negative factors, absence of conflict, violence. But inner peace is really absence of turmoil, anger, confusion, hatred, yeah, being blissful and in a tranquil state. Yeah. So we have two aspects, but these are interrelated. There's a strong connection between inner peace and peace between external parties. Now, there's also a contradiction sometimes, apparent contradiction. The inner peace can exist at times of external conflict. I mean, if you look at the Bhagavad Gita, it talks about Arjuna speaking with Krishna, and Krishna is trying to create inner peace at time of war. So that's also possible. But it's highly unlikely that there is external peace when there's no inner peace in people's minds. Next slide, please. Okay, I'd like to share some of my observations of the current global situation and situation in many countries. We have several major conflicts, global conflicts. What are the underlying reasons for these conflicts? One could be the lack of inner peace in the minds of the leadership and elites that control and govern many nations and societies. And I think there's a breakdown of trust and a lack of just solutions. And just solution just is a great environment for peace. Yeah, it removes dissatisfaction and mistrust. No, justice and trust are really fundamental for peace. And when there's inner peace, one is more likely to enter into trusting relationships. Yeah. And I think if you look at the global conflicts, there's really an absence of trust that leads to global conflicts. Yeah. And perhaps in the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit about trust, because I think trust is another aspect of peace together with justice. Yeah. And with the conflicts, trust has been lost because of several reasons. Yeah, you can see that trust and justice, we have global peace. And the other aspect, conflict, in this chart, you can see that we have, if we have all the negative factors, we have greed, we have selfishness, we have anger, our ego overrides our right thinking, then we have mistrust and loss of tranquility, dissatisfaction, then we get conflict. Yeah? These are the processes. And the next slide, please. Now, building trust. Here, I'd like to share some of my experiences. Yeah. I've been working for very many years in the ASEAN Secretariat, basically helping ASEAN member states to achieve recognition agreements. And I have helped in the negotiation process as a consultant, as an outsider for the region. One of the things, it's gone off.
Yeah.
Okay, but one of the things that really to establish these recognition agreements where we recognize each other's certifications, regulations, You know, we have done it in the food sector, in the agricultural sector, and we have done it in the together with the officials of the various the 10 member states. And one of the important things, the fundamental important thing was building trust. And the building of trust was really essential. And that was by sharing information, by having communications, and understanding each other's aspirations. And that was always a stage that had to take place before they could conclude an agreement. And that's why I say that trust is important as a basis for peace. And another consequence of this building these trade agreements is that it builds trust. Once there's trust, there's more likelihood to be peace. Now, ASEAN has gone through that. I think the process, it has been a very slow process, but I think it's a more viable process and it's more long-term, and it fits in with the nature of nations, countries, and it's more durable and more sustainable in the long term. Okay, and if you can see that if trust breaks down, trade breaks down, communications breaks down, and conflicts can never get settled. So communication and conflict resolution is important, trust is important. And if there's complete breakdown of trade, that also leads to mistrust. You can see examples in the world. I wouldn't go into specifics. I think you all can see what's happening in the world. Yeah. The next slide, please. Okay, another aspect is greed. I think greed is something that has been promoted. As a background to it, we have to look at what is wealth. I mean, wealth is something, it actually represents the accumulated effort of people, of other people. If someone accumulates wealth, you didn't work for it yourself. It's all the other people that have worked in, but the system has allowed you to accumulate it, right? So that should make wealth a responsibility, but that's not what is taught. Yeah, and it sort of people are used to use the wealth for their own personal selfish gains rather than wealth being generated out of society. Wealth should be a responsibility as a controller of wealth, but that's not how it's understood. So together with this, we have this issue of greed, and that has made a problem. I think in the Reagan era, I mean, I'm not blaming President Reagan personally, yeah, that the concept of greed is good was actually promoted. Yeah, I think some of you would remember that. There were various people, parties were promoting greed is good. And they said that will solve all the economic problems, we'll get economic good. But I think there's a major downside to it. Yeah, it creates this misconception of what is wealth and accumulation of wealth. And that creates injustice and all kinds of dissatisfactions. Another event that happened in slightly later in the era was the collapse of the Soviet Union. Whatever you say about the socialist system, there was an alternative to capitalism. And capitalism, naked capitalism, can be very exploitative. Socialism was really Marx's idea of looking at how capital gives you unfair advantage, and that was countered. Okay, the Soviet Union had a lot of internal contradictions. It also collapsed because of a lot of internal factors. That's granted. But the competition between the systems was no longer there, right? So the global environment was in the hands of the free market proponents. And that created the globalization, multinational corporations, extreme accumulation of wealth that we see today. small businesses suffered. Yeah, there was a reduction of small businesses, which generally are fairer and more embedded in the local communities. And there's better communication, there's better feedback. And these trends continue and I think undermine peace. The next slide, please. Okay, I'm coming to an end. The last points I'd like to share with you is that how do we regain the peace? Yeah, because I think we are not in a really peaceful era right now. Economic systems, they encourage greed and unjust sections of the population. They undermine trust, cannot be our sole driving forces. Now, the another consequence of that recent era has been social services have become driven by profit motive or greed. And social services should be social services. If you run it on a profit motive, then you give a social service where you can make money, not to help fellow mankind. Do you educate because you make money? Do you treat an ill person because you make money? I mean, these are really anti-justice, anti-peace directions that society is taking. And another point is inner peace is essential for global peace, and trust and justice at all levels will be enhanced. It's a tall order, but I think this is the struggle that we need to pursue to achieve peace. With that, thank you very much. And I hope my presentation is useful and interesting for you.
Thank you, Sri Rajendra ji, for a very nice presentation. One thing which he has been emphasizing throughout his presentation is the inner peace. The concept of inner peace, which is playing a very important role in Indian tradition. Of course, Sir has quoted from Bhagavad Gita how the concept of inner peace has been emphasized in Indian tradition, especially in Bhagavad Gita. I am reminded of Sadhguru's teaching. In one of her discourse, she said that peace is something which must come from you, the individual. That means inner peace is the first step towards the peace in family, the peace in the state, the peace in the country, and peace in the global stage or global structure. So the nucleus point for the concept of peace is the inner peace, which can arise from the individual. And this has been pointed out by Rajendra sir very nicely. And also he has shown the major reasons for global conflict. This is a very important aspect which we must take into account. And also he has told us very beautifully the significance of building trust. This is very important, for which communication plays a dominant role. In fact, in our philosophical discourse, because I'm a student of philosophy, wherein we talk about the significance of dialogue in conflict resolution. And communication and dialogue are the two methods by which we can solve most of the problems. And also towards the end of his talk, Rajendra sir has pointed out how we can regain peace. So here he has offered two guidelines. One is mutual trust, and the other is justice at all levels. This second one is more important, I think, because justice at all levels is very important. Justice is very important at each and every stage. In fact, I'm reminded of the quotation from Ambedkar, Dr. Ambedkar, who said a country is really democratic when each and every individual gets his or her share. This means that justice must be at all level. So this has been emphasized by our speaker, Sri Rajendra ji, in a very beautiful way. Thank you very much, sir, for a very nice presentation, and your PowerPoint is excellent. I should say that it is very clear, and we are very grateful to you, sir. And now I have the privilege of requesting Major General Sri Indra Balan to make his presentation. My point is not proper. Sorry. We can sit also if you want. Yeah.
Major General, 2 minutes. Can we honor Rajendra Sood? Mr. Ishwar sir, can you please come and give the memento? And Paneerselvam sir, we have one more person who will be joining us online. That's Mr. Ishan. So then Ishan. Yeah. We have one more person who will be joining the panel online, Mr. Ishan Menon. He is a former Youth Advisory Council representative for Asia, World Federation of Union Associations. Mr. Ishan works at Google and believes strongly that software engineers can save the world. He was a member of the YSEALI, Young Southeast Asia Leadership Initiative, organized by the State Department, the Youth Advisor of the World to the World. So Ishan will be joining us online, and he would be speaking at. Thank you.
Revered Sri Hariprasad Swamiji, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests present here, and all the members of the audience. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for having been invited here in this august gathering to speak on a subject which is dear to me, though a bit paradoxical. As a soldier, I don't think peace, we are the people who are meant to be associating with peace. In fact, they say that when soldiers reach somewhere, we disturb the peace. Well, hopefully, the topic I'm trying to dwell upon today will give a different perspective of peace from the point of view of practicality of peace. And I'm not going to be politically correct, because as soldiers, we are not expected to be politically correct. Some of you have seen this film, Sam Bahadur, which was recently released. And when you could see what Sam, the way the dialogue happened between Sam and Indira Gandhi, Sam very clearly said, well, you are the master of politics, you be what you are. Let me do the job of a general. So something like that. I'm going to speak, plain speaking, on what is the current context today, and what and where the peace is heading, and what do we need to do to keep peace. Now, while my previous speaker spoke about individual peace, society, social peace, community peace, yes, all this is true. But when it comes to the world order of peace, we have peaceful living, we have peacekeeping when there is some disturbance, then we have peace negotiations, and then we enforce peace after we restore peace. Now, this is the entire spectrum of peace. So peace by itself doesn't exist in the context of world order, which is always competitive. And the competition in the world order, whether it is economic, political, social, geological, geographical, whichever way, the competition is not going to end. Whether it is healthy, and at what point in time a healthy competition changes to an unhealthy competition, or from beyond a true spirit of competition to something what a previous speaker used the word greedy competition, We don't know when that happens. In the realm of peace, as we say in the army, the threat is always imminent. And you can't predict. A threat can never be predicted. What can only be predicted is the capacity of your adversary to disturb that peace. And we build our strength based on that, not on the threat, because we will always prepare for the threat. And just because the Jews were not prepared for the threat, you see what happened. We all know, I'm not going to dwell into all that. I'm sure all of you are well read in the papers of what happened, why it happened. There are different perspectives. So therefore, as a soldier, we're going to talk about the aptness and timeliness of this meeting. I'm not going to be talking in extremist terms when we say that definitely there is peace under disturbance and serious disturbance. And we feel so strongly because we've heard of the outcome of what the Hamas operations happened in Israel. The retaliatory action by Israel on Hamas, these two are going to be defining moments of the world peace order. And if you are going to say that this will end sometime by Hamas being completely annihilated by Israelis, and we'll all live in a peaceful world, I think we will be undermining our ability to imagine what could be, in what form this whole event can take shape. And therefore, as we say that the forces that operate in the way Hamas has operated, or many other such organizations that operate, they do not operate only in physical form. If some of you know who are the leaders of Hamas are, you have Yahya Sinawar, who is the mastermind behind the current set of operations. You have Mohammed Deif, who is the head of the Qassam Brigade, which conducted these operations. You have Ismail Heni, who is the chairman of Politburo. And you have Khalid Mishal, is the most influential leader of Hamas prior to Ismail Haniyeh. Now, these people put together are the ones who are not going to be annihilated. What the Israelis are annihilating right now are the ground soldiers. They just get reborn. And with every person that is killed in this environment, unfortunately what happens is that 4 more are born. In India, there is a mythology of Kali, Ma Kali. For those who are not familiar with it, the Ma Kali had to take shape to be born in India to kill demons, wherein there was a demon on whose neck, Bharkasura, if you cut his neck, every drop of blood would create 4 more demons. And ultimately, Mahakali had to take that shape to start drinking that blood and prevent it from falling on the ground. Now, these are mythological statements. Some of it may be true, but these have larger sense of meaning and understanding in the current day environment. And therefore, what I'm trying to arrive at is that let us not assume that the world is going to be a peaceful place to live in after all this is over, after Israel commits its complete operations. In fact, I would say that those countries where secularism is prevailing, where religion, multifaceted religion is existing, coexisting and peacefully coexisting, they are more threatened than those countries which follow uniform religion. Because disturbing peace in a country which has diverse set of beliefs and non-beliefs is far more easier than disturbing peace in a country which has a uniform set of beliefs. And that's where I place India. We all understand the strength of India. We all understand the strength, the unity of India in its diversity. We have lived with it for as many as 75 years when we celebrate our 75th anniversary. But the same diversity may come under threat if you don't accept the reality of the situation today. And I say this because India is a very important nation to the world today, not because it is the most powerful superpower. We know who that is. We have Christopher sitting representing that country. But the importance of India today in world peace is far more than ever. Because we represent certain values, we represent certain justice, we represent certain systems, and we represent certain mechanisms that helps us retain peace in a diverse environment with different beliefs. Well, there is an interesting book, Just and Unjust Wars, by Michael Walzer. He's a great philosophical person, a great historian. He wrote this book way back in 1977. And that was the time the world was seeing a complete change in the world order after World War II. The Cold War and the kind of things, the countries realigning, new countries born, decolonization, all that was happening. And he mentions about what is a just war. So let me ask you, what is the opposite of peace? What is the antonym of peace? Anyone from the audience would like to attempt?
Violence.
So opposite of peace is violence, opposite of peace is conflict. Anything else? Anybody else? Yeah, so there's war. Now see, this is where we all come from. Because we think that there are only two sides of a coin. If it is peace, if there is no peace, there is conflict. If there is no peace, there is war. Well, as a soldier, that's the second part is what we take care of, not the first part. The first part is incidental for us. What happens? So, what Michael Walzer tries to say here is that wars are going to happen, wars will happen. If you're expecting that the wars in the world have ended with World War II, it's not going to happen. We have seen the number of wars that many countries have fought for good or bad reasons. But in this conference, when you're talking of justice and peace, I think if a war is fought for just reasons, there is good reason to believe, and so this is what exactly Michael Walzer says, that the war shall end in peace. And justifiable and peaceful of justice. And that's where he gives the example of India's nobility and India's ability to discern what is justice and where it needs to intervene. Let's have some case studies from the past. The Indian history is full of such case studies which talks about the essentiality of peace, the necessity to protect the peace. In the mythology, we have a great saint by name Parashurama. I'm sure all of us, or many of you are much more senior to me. You all know who Parashurama is. But what is the context of Parashurama? Parashurama was the son of a Brahmin father and a Kshatriya mother, Renuka. And Brahmin father by name Jamagadiri. Jamagadiri, yeah. And Parashurama, for the benefit of Christopher, is a saint. When you say Kshatriya, Kshatriya is someone who's meant to fight, protect the nation. He is from the martial clan. His father was from the Brahmin clan, from the learned class. But Parashurama, as a saint, had to take up arms to protect the peaceful existence of his community. As a saint, he became the first person who took up his axe and went about killing Kshatriyas, because the Kshatriyas came to disturb his peace, because his father's life was threatened. And he didn't stop. He wanted to teach a lesson to all the Kshatriyas who were unjust. And he only reconciled when he met Sri Rama. Madam, would you like to please relate that story? I can see that she knows that story very well. No, we would like to hear it from you. See, this is not a conference that I'm just going to speak and speak. I think the participation of audience is more important for us to understand where we're headed. And that's where the whole, debate and the conference becomes interesting. So he had to meet Sri Rama to understand that the avatar of Vishnu himself was there. He himself is considered as the avatar of Vishnu. And then he realized that Sri Rama was here to bring peace back into India, into the Indian subcontinent. And he retreated back, reconciled into his saintly abode. So comes the context of Sri Rama. Sri Rama, we all know what all he did in order to be just in his approach as a prince, as a king, even to the extent of sacrificing the kingdom for 14 years, just to show what is justice, just to show what he stands for. And what he did as Ashwamedh Yajna was nothing but a way of peacefully sending diplomatic missions across the nation on a horseback to say that if you are accepting our suzerainty or whatever word you want to use it, you can join Bharata as a nation and live, we can all live in peaceful coexistence. There was no war. His horse with the huge army didn't have to fight a single war. That was a message of peace he spread. And we had Ram Raj. So while these are all, some people say mythological underpinnings, but I think all of us have very strong beliefs that these are within the realms of truth and reality. So if that be the case, what happened thereafter? India moved on, and we had another great period of peaceful coexistence under the rule of Ashoka, who ruled from Magadha, Bihar, the land of prosperity. He created the first republic in the world, when the world was still reeling to understand what is the meaning of republic. And then one fine day, after the Kalinga War, Ashoka decided to embrace Buddhism. It is under the reign of Ashoka that thereafter Buddhism spread to the rest of India. Otherwise, Buddhism was existing in some parts only. The whole of North India was practically engulfed by Buddhism. It is surprising that it's not existing anymore in that form. And because Ashoka was such a great emperor, because he was such a great king, because he had a powerful army, and because he had almost completely, I would say, taken the entire subcontinent under his empire, there was no threat. And hence, Buddhism prevailed. Buddhism spread. To the extent that Buddha was accepted as possibly another reincarnation of Mahavishnu. Am I right? Many accept it, some of us don't. But that has been accepted. And then there was intermingling of Buddhism and Hinduism to a great extent. But Buddhism is a religion which talks of only peaceful coexistence. It is not prepared to accept that there can be disturbance to peace. And that resulted in the Pala Empire falling in the hands of invaders. Because the Pala Empire, under Pala Empire, this is 8th century BC, when the Pala Empire was again an empire which promoted Buddhism and the Buddhistic ideology, the value systems, etc. But because of those beliefs, they were not adequately strong and prepared to so-called the Han invaders and also the Islamic invaders. And that is where India lost out. That changed the entire landscape of Indian subcontinent. And India is what India is today, after having seen a series of different types of rulers that India went through. And that is when Hinduism revived. Because you see Hinduism, all gods in Hinduism preach you peace. They talk about harmony, internal harmony. All of us are aware of this. We have our Swami, who's constantly preaching us, and we are here all to pray for peace. But in Hindu God, if you see, I don't think there's an exception where a God is not holding an arm. Is there anyone in the crowd who can tell me one Hindu God in whose hand there is no weapon? See, what does this mean? It means peace is not absolute. Peace has to be protected. Peace has to be kept. Peace has to be retained, and if required, by force. Well, the Indian civilization moved on, the medieval period moved on, and then was born Sikhism. Again, another Guru Nanak, and again a peaceful religion. One of the most revered religion I think Indian subcontinent has seen. The preachings of Guru Nanak is outstanding. We've all seen what is Golden Temple. You go there, you feel you are in heaven. But that same religion which taught peace had to become militant. When Guru Gobind Singh and repeatedly many gurus were born, were to fight the tyranny of the invaders, the tyranny of the opponents, the tyranny of the suppressors. The same religion became the most militant religion. But for what? Only for self-defense. That religion picked up arms not to invade another nation. It didn't pick up arms to subjugate another nation or another state. It picked up arms to defend its people from the tyranny of the oppressors. India moved on. Buddhism declined. Sikhism prevailed. Hinduism prevailed. New religions came in from outside. They enforced their beliefs in this nation. Many of us accepted those. And today we are a multipolar country. A more recent example is Tibet. So Hinduism, Buddhism moved to Tibet, to places where there was relative threat to peace. Why? Because the roof of the world, Tibet is known as the roof of the world. I'm sure many of us know this. It's a plateau right on top of the Himalayas at 14,000, 15,000 feet, 16,000 feet. Buddhism survived there for quite a few years because the geography of Buddhism prevented invaders from coming. It's only as late as the 1940s, late 40s and early 50s, that the Chinese, post the Chinese Revolution, when the communist government was established there, that they decided to exercise their sovereignty over Tibet. The Tibetan population resisted it to a great extent, but ultimately they had to give in to the force of the Chinese invasion. And to retain peace, they had to give up their independence. And at that time, sad to say, the world powers did not come to the aid of this peaceful nation. It's a fact, and we all need to accept it. Because unless we accept the mistakes we have done in the past to keep our self-interest alive, we will never learn. And those nations which we did not support this peaceful nation later started talking of Buddhism as a peace. But what happened when the peace was to be kept there? People signed accords with a more powerful nation. As I said, I'm not going to be politically correct, because I don't believe in being politically correct. Well, so where are we now? We are at a stage where if you allow the hydra of West Asia to grow, because hydras take different shapes, they multiply in numbers. Where, in which form it will manifest, we don't know. Ideally, it tends to manifest at a place where the environment is most conducive for it. And what is that environment which is most conducive for it? Where there is internal dissensions. And why do these internal dissensions happen? Because there are differences. There are differences in sociological alignments. There are differences in justice and peace. There are differences in ideology and beliefs. And there are differences in economic orders. So whenever you find that there are such inequalities, the first speaker spoke about equality, it's a real cauldron for the hydra to grow and flourish. And that is where I'm trying to arrive at what we need to do as a nation. I'm going to show you a little clip before I tell you where India comes from. This clip is about India's 1970 war. Christopher has already seen this clip. I'm sure you'll not mind seeing it again if you don't mind, Christopher. Can I have the clip, Shyam? Are you there, Ravi? Yeah. Thank you, Ravi. This is just
दिलों में एक बिगुल जग उठा था जो कह रहा था कि हमें अपनी आजादी के लिए आगे आना है।
पश्चिमी पाकिस्तान की लड़ाई थी, वो लड़ाई भारत पर भी आ गई।
The enemy had launched 3 fierce attacks on my position, and we held on.
दुश्मनों से जा भिड़ो, प्रबल प्रबुद्ध प्रचंड हो, प्रचंड दीप से जलो, अजर अमर अखंड हो।
हमें पता नहीं होता कि सीमा पर तैनात अपने जवान किस हालत में वहां रहते हैं।
पश्चिम बंगाल, बिहार, आसाम, मेघालय और त्रिपुरा में शरणार्थियों की संख्या बढ़ती ही जा रही है।
चाहे जितना भी वक्त लग जाए, लेकिन किसी भी कीमत पर अपनी फौज को मेघना नदी पार कराना है तो कराना है।
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This little applause gives me a lot of strength and confidence. This little video is part of the sub-construct of this today's conference, because I see that of all the subtitles that has been mentioned, one of it is about the taking peace narrative to the society through storytelling, through theater, through different forms of presentations of creativity. I will talk about this a little later, after I kind of give you a few more perspectives of what this war is all about. The war in 1971, India-Pak war in 1971 is no small war. It is a war which the world must study, as did Michael Walzer. And why should the world study this war? What is the takeaway from this war? Let's understand this. It was a war to which India was almost forced into and invited by a community, a nation, to help them out. That is the justification for the war, and this is their true justification. When the East Pakistan was suffering under the tyrannical rule of its barbaric own government, where lakhs of people had been murdered, raped, plundered, killed, and whatnot, India was suffering with 10 million plus refugees. And when the world did not come to the aid of India, India had to take its own step. And India went into this nation. We invaded East Pakistan in the right earnest, but at the invitation of the Bangladeshi people. And in 13 days flat, the Indian army went and completely subjugated the Pakistan army in East Pakistan in a 13-day war, unheard of in history. On such a huge nation, which is interspersed with riverine terrain, fields, most difficult for the tanks to move and everything. And after Dhaka fell, India did not stay there. It could have easily, because the whole of East Pakistan was under the full control of Indian Army and Air Force and Navy. You could have just stayed on. We didn't colonize Bangladesh. We didn't annex Bangladesh. We didn't loot its people. We came back like good neighbors. And what we left behind there is a democracy, is a flourishing democracy. And a state that flourished to become what is Bangladesh today. Where do you get such example in modern history of wars? Post World War II, is there anyone who can tell me one war which world has fought after World War II, which can be as just as this? Nowhere. The Indian Armed Forces treated the Pakistani soldiers, so-called enemy, with honor and dignity. 93,000 Pakistani soldiers were given honorable surrender and saved from the lynching hands of Mukti Bahini and given back, repatriated back to Pakistan, with whom it was fighting its own war, honorably, following the tenets of peacekeeping, the United Nations peace on dealing with prisoner of wars. The India faced pressure from United States and the Western world and still went on with the war. That's why Indira Gandhi is known as an Iron Lady. And I think the whole nation agrees with it. Mukti Bahini's support to the Indian Army was critical. It just showed that the Bangladeshi population was with us. And the interesting part about this war from Indian Army is that the armed forces of India comprises of multi-religious, multi-social, and multi-ethnic background. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the chief of army staff at that time was General Manekshaw, who was a Parsi. Lieutenant General J.F.R. Jacob, as Swamiji mentioned this morning, who was the chief of staff of Eastern Army of India, was a Jew. Air Marshal Latif was a Muslim. I can go on. You will find the Indian top hierarchy in the military as well as in the soldiers. Complete ethnic blend of India. And we fight as a nation together. When Indian Army fights, we don't see what thread I wear here or what thread I wear here. I see which unit I come from and what I'm fighting for. That is the strength of India. And it is this strength that we have to retain. And my next course of my discussion is going to be on how do we do this? What is the need to do this and how do we do this? Well, I'm not sure. Please stop me if I'm running out of time. I'll be most happy to stop.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Whenever you stop, ask me to stop because I've got a long page to go. Well, the most interesting part of this war is India as a secular nation goes and saves a nation which is pure Islamic. So much is the depth of India's understanding of world peace, of friendly neighborhood. And that is why my compulsive suggestion, the need for world to study India's way of living, India's so-called nobility. And wars can never be noble, but this war for a change can be stated as a noble war, a just war. Such examples are rare to come by. I'll not name Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. There are many such wars. We can always draw comparisons, come to our own conclusion. But in order to do what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to do, why the Indian example needs to be taken to the world, now we all understand where it comes from. And I think this ideology of India is not going to change because it is there in our hearts and minds. It doesn't come because we learn it from the books. It comes because through generations it is passed down to us. As a soldier, when we say that Indian soldier is a messiah of peace and not a warmonger, I mean it. Manik Shah could have become a dictator after this war. You all saw the movie Sam Bahadur. What did he say? He said, my duty is soldiering. Indira Gandhi was afraid what is going to happen. Because that was the larger than life figure that Manik Shah had reached. Although its neighbors were being ruled by dictators, but an Indian soldier never thought of that. He never thinks of that. Because the Indian soldier, as we teach in our academies, is essentially a messiah of peace. I have myself participated in peacekeeping operations, the United Nations peacekeeping missions, peace enforcement missions. Fortunately, both these missions I was together in United Nations for peacekeeping mission in Sierra Leone. And my experience there tells me that this is what most of the countries in the world also believe in. As a military observer, in the first half of the mission, before the peace enforcement came in, we had to go around in Sierra Leone, where there was a civil war between the local population and the government. There was maiming of children, murder of people. It was a civil war, which is you can't imagine what kind of brutality that war nation suffered. And we had to go through all that as a military observer, believing that blue beret will help us from a maverick soldier. So you should wear the blue beret, take a car early morning at 7 o'clock, go around Sierra Leone, talking to the so-called rebel forces, trying to keep peace, negotiate, mediate, and tell them, listen, peace will happen. Let's wait for the government-to-government talks to happen, ABCD, etc. To prevent any kind of spark of disturbance and subdue it. That was our job as military observer. And we had to go into the interiors. And the experience that I had there, I'm really astonished, or I would say happy also, being proud Indian, that they were all very happy to talk to any team which had an Indian in that. What does it say? It's because the Indians who were living in Sierra Leone during the midst of the war, while majority of the other nations' citizens had to vacate, the Indian Marwadis, the Indian Gujjus continued staying there. They were never harmed by the people from Sierra Leone. Because we don't believe in disturbing somebody else's peace. Then came the peace enforcement part of it, because something happened and the UN had to intervene under a different chapter 7 and bring in peace enforcement. So we became part of that. And we've gone through that as well. So India participates in large number of peacekeeping and peace enforcement missions in the world over. And we take pride in participating in this, even though our own borders are always under threat, even though India can little afford to have its armed forces away. Because now we are not facing one side threat, we are facing what is called the two-front threat, which is very difficult to handle. Yet, India does not abstain from its responsibility to subscribe to world peace. Well, so much about India and so much about why, again, the Indian model needs to be replicated world over. And it is that attempt that we are trying to do as NCC Udan. NCC Udan is a small organization, which is an NGO, which is attempting to develop the patriotism and the so-called love for the state amongst its citizens, especially the youth, through storytelling, through these forms of drama, through theater, through street plays, through shadow plays. So we want to take different forms and tell the Indian youth, who are our target, as to what is the ideology of India, what is the goodness of India. And when you have to take up arms, what should be the reason for taking up arms? And when you do take up, how to be just thereafter. We want the Indian population to understand the greatness of India, which unfortunately today India's youth is not aware of. And I'm telling you this because I've interacted with a large number of youth. I was ADG NCC in Bihar and Jharkhand. I was in NCC as a colonel in Trivandrum. Today's youth is not aware of the greatness of India. And if they are made aware, they feel proud. When they feel proud, they decide to be together. And why is it important? It's important, again, what the first point I said, that the disturbance to peace happens where there are diverse opinions and thoughts. While that diversity will continue. Somebody said Kerala is the place where, yeah, I think Christopher said that Kerala has been there. It's a state where there is the largest form of religious harmony. I come from Kerala, by the way, and I've experienced it. While that is all fine, but there is also a similar threat that is happening in a similar environment, a much bigger threat that can happen. So how do you bind, how do you prevent the impact, the adverse impact of this most threatened partisan, or I would say polarization of the world that's happening in West Asia, to impact India? The way to do that is try and bind our people, the youth especially, in one thread, one single thread of pride for India. You want to call it nationalism, you want to call it patriotism, you want to call it pride for the state. Let it be pride for Tamil Nadu. But they should take pride in something bigger than something that is divisible. If that happens, then in the simple mathematics, the bigger force will subdue the smaller force. And that is our attempt through this to reach out to the youth, exactly the narrative that this conference is expecting us to do, to tell them to be part of India, to take pride in India, to be following India's ideology, to become an Indian. It doesn't matter which sector, which sect, which community, which faith you come from. Feel like an Indian. And if India is safe, if India is peaceful, let me tell you, gentlemen, there's a role model for the world to be peaceful. I rest my case here. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Major Ji, for your very nice presentation. Most of us normally talk about theorizing the concept of peace. But here is a practical way of understanding the notion of peace. And we are very grateful to you, Major General, for your very nice presentation. And in fact, we are very much benefited by your wonderful lecture, especially when you... Very nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sitting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm willing to take any questions, anything anybody wants.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
want to discuss a lot with you, but
And I would want the audience.
I don't know, Ajit will allow.
We can have 5 minutes, because we have 3 more papers to go, no problem, but we'll have.
You want to go to the end of the session because Samita may also get involved in these questions.
Can I interrupt here? Let the program go on and we will then take the questions. I'm sure Major General is going to be there. We can take questions offline also. Okay, thank you very much.
Now I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Samita Ite, who is a visiting professor of conflict resolution in KL University.
Professor,
Yeah.
let's honor Major General.
Yeah.
Request Mr. Ishwarji to. Just. We now having somebody who is joining us online, Ishan. So just give us a few minutes for our technical team to put things together. So in the meantime, if you all have any questions now, I think Major General can take them till he gets online.
Only question, your viewpoints also welcome. They're not interesting. You can express your views as well.
So I was in Kolkata during the 1971 war. So I know how it was with immigrants from Bangladesh and people coming in with, we had to trade rice and. Yeah. That's what it was. So, and we had to put up, put carbon paper and black paper on our windows to ensure there were no, there was aerial bombing and I know what 1971, I have a great respect for it. But then there are two contradictions later. One was Operation Golden Temple. Okay, I know that at that point of time, you have your basis on terrorism and terrorist funding at the temple and then Samita is not here, but IPKF. Were these not contradictions to your to the Indian Army's your talk today or your projection of the Indian Army? I would invite your comments on it.
Okay, so Gauri, right? Aruna, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Aruna. I think you brought out some very relevant, let's say, viewpoint. Whether it's a contradiction or not is, of course, it's a perception. Now, the first one, as you said, Blue Star. Whenever Indian Army intervenes in any situation, it is not the Army's decision. You must understand that. It's a political decision. It's always a political decision. And the armed forces are duty bound to accept a political decision taken by the Cabinet Committee of Security. It is the highest body which is being empowered to decide what is safe for this nation. And when you decide what is safe for the nation, how to establish that, how to enforce that, once the charter and mandate is given to the armed forces, then the armed forces decides how to do it. So whether the decision to intervene and launch Operation Blue Star was the right decision or not, we can all debate it. And I'm sure there will be very, very viewpoints of it. But whether there was a need to end the so-called terrorism, which is happening in Punjab, I'm sure all of us will be unanimous on that part, that there was a need to end the terrorism for the sake of the unity of this nation. How to do it is debatable. There are many different instruments of applying force. The force that India applied was through Blue Star, because that Golden Temple became the den of the so-called militant organizations. And because there was no other way, and the Golden Temple was the most revered one, and for the Indian Army to intervene there was a big challenge, because the Indian Army actually has a majority of its forces from Sikhs. So you can imagine what is the dilemma that the Sikhs who served in the army at that time would have gone through when their most religious sanctum sanctorum was going to be disturbed by the very army in which they are serving. And yet, there was no mutiny in this army. What does it show? It again shows the strength of the army, that for the sake of the nation, its soldiers are willing to sacrifice their values and ideals to uphold the ideals of the nation, to uphold the ideals of the army. And if our soldiers are not taught that, that was an opportune time where a big mutiny could have happened. It didn't happen. That is strength of our Indian Army's leadership. That is strength of our soldiering. That is strength of the ethics that we teach them. Yes, I agree that the operation could have been possibly done in a way that there is less damage to the temple. The operation could have been done in a way that there is less loss of lives. But in hindsight, one can always say this. I'm going to give you one more example, just to say how things happen. All of you heard of Sadhguru. Now, Sadhguru was once asked a question about this Gogoi, Major Gogoi, who got a Kashmiri to sit on a jeep and took him to the streets. Have you seen that? Anyone of you seen that debate? All of you remember that? So what happened was, there was stone pelting going on in these days in Kashmir, and his unit, which was fully armed, had to go through a particular street and go past to launch an operation where there were some militants there. But to prevent them from going, the local population started doing stone pelting, which is a very strong weapon in the hands of locals, because you can't fire at them, they're throwing stones at you. Now, how do you wade through this? So what this gentleman did was, he took his own jeep, tied a local Kashmiri on the bonnet of the jeep and drove through. Obviously, they couldn't throw stones because this man would have died. He used it as a shield. This became a controversy. That's how controversies arise. And it became such a big controversy that it became a national debate. There were very many veterans like me who criticized him hell of a lot for what he did. But there were other veterans who supported it. I mean, the nation was divided on this, their opinion. But first time ever, I heard Sadhguru speak on this. And that's when I started liking his ability to understand different orders. He was asked, out of context in a particular this thing, Sadhguru, what do you think of this action by Sadhguru? Do you think he did the right thing? What would you do if you were there to advise him? I was really amazed by his answer. He says, he laughs the way he does usually, He has this, before he answers the question, he starts laughing like this. He says, Gogoi was in a precarious situation. And the decision to be taken in a precarious situation has to be taken in seconds, if not minutes. And at that point in time, he's the sole authority and the sole human available to take a decision what to do, because he's the leader there. And when a leader who's faced with such a challenging situation takes a decision, who's trained to take such a decision, that is the best decision that can be taken. I am no one to advise him, and I neither have the ability nor the capacity to advise him. And as a nation, we have to stand behind that decision. Now, this is the depth of Sadhguru, who has not seen the army, who has not seen the world. I mean, who's seen the world, but he's never seen the army. But he understands the criticality of the decision, that the boy took that decision at such young age to save not only the lives of his own soldiers. What is the other option? His other option was open his guns and fire through and go. Kill 20 people. Nobody would question him. Can you imagine? Because he's protected under ASPA. So when his column is moving and there's another column disturbing him, all he had to do was create a fire and the Indian Constitution protects him under ASPA. So was it better, more intelligent to use what he's been empowered with? Or was it better to apply his mind and use what he has been given intelligence to use? Between the two, you have to choose the decision. He took the second one. And that is what Sadhguru meant. So what I'm trying to say is that in Golden Temple, the intervention definitely was required.
Was under executive order.
Yes, of course, under executive orders of the government. It was not by the army. In fact, any employment of the army in any internal duties only by the executive orders of the Cabinet Committee of Security. Even a flag march. If I come on a flag march tomorrow in Chennai, it will only be after the government of Chennai and the central government approves it, we come on a flag march. So, army comes in. How the army executes, yes, you can definitely debate it, whether it could have been executed this way or that way. And there are many ways of doing things. Decisions can go wrong, situations can go wrong. So many things can happen. Now, coming to the second part of the IPKF. Again, it's a political decision. And once a political decision is taken, the armed forces went there, we intervened, and we went a long way. But definitely, one can say that we did undermine the capability of LTT. As a veteran, I can say this. We underestimated, not undermined, we underestimated. And they were a strong force, and we had to really build on. Then, of course, whatever political decision, we will not debate that, we came back. But these were two instances where India as a nation took a political decision, and the armed forces, which is the instrument of the nation's power, simply executes it. That's where it comes. Thank you.
Can I just add one?
Yes, please.
You talked about the Sikhs and the martial plan that had to take arms. As a journalist, I was caught during at that time at the height of militancy in Punjab. And they started, I met some boys as they are called. They started deriding me for my topi wala, they called it, because I had a hat. And at that time, what saved me was familiarity with their scripture. Had I reacted thoughtlessly, or I might have got into serious trouble, or if not killed, maybe, grievous harm, because they were getting angry. I told them, do you know what my name is? I said, my name is Vitthal. And do you know that this name is celebrated in the Granth Sahib? So they first thought I was joking. Then I quoted it in Gurmukhi to them. Ibhay Vithalu, Ubhay Vithalu, Vithalu bina samsar nahi. And this is from the Guru Granth. It is composed by Sant Namdev Maharaj, who is a Maharashtrian saint, who has gone to Guman Sahib, and he is revered. And when it is, because his heart is broken at the time Namdev Maharaj takes Samadhi, he goes all the way there. He is revered as a saint. His writings in Marathi, he writes in Khadi Boli for that population. That is chosen by Guru Nanak in that great anthology. And that name saved my life there. So what you said is true, that we need to spread this interfaith knowledge among our people in a way that binds us together rather than divides us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a Bangladeshi here. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'm very grateful to Indian Army as a Bangladeshi for helping us. My father was also a freedom fighter, and he has also received training from Indian Army when 1971 war began. One thing I would like to share very frankly, that as a Bangladeshi, we think India didn't do right by protecting the Pakistani soldiers. So, and we are very angry because they should be given to the freedom fighters, because later the history of Bangladesh proves that Pakistan didn't stop, and they will not stop. So that's the only complaint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now, we are waiting for Ishan is waiting online, so we will connect him now.
Hi, can everyone hear me all right? Am I coming through? Okay. I'm gonna assume I'm audible. So a thumbs up would be
Ishan.
so there's a bit of a feedback there. But just yes, let me know if I can be heard and I will sort of take it over, I suppose.
Hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. I'm gonna take that as yes. I'm gonna continue. So, hi, my name's Ishan. I'm from Malaysia. Uh, yeah, I'm hopping in here on a little bit of a little bit of a tangent of that previous talk is what I thought I'd connect the two a little bit. And sort of my talk here is a bit more, well, no, it's not really a talk, it's more of a story. I thought it would make more sense for me to run through a little story. And it's sort of what happens when you have to take the institutions of peace, the concept of peace in a country like Malaysia, is largely built around its democratic system, right? I think we had a talk earlier about how Malaysia is a multicultural country. How we're balancing basically multiple ethnic groups, religions, and that kind of thing. And it's a little bit you have a little bit more of a mix in Malaysia in terms of percentages, that kind of thing. It's a very, very diverse country. What's held us together largely has been our institutions. So in this mini talk story of mine, it's going to be a little bit about how young people in Malaysia basically came together to protect our institutions at a very interesting time. So this happened around the year 2020. A couple of things happened in 2020. One of them was a pandemic. It was a pretty weird time. And during that time, Malaysia experienced a change of government. Now, we also followed the Westminster parliamentary system. The Westminster system basically would allow for a change in government if the number of a member of parliaments, MPs basically, supporting the prime minister is below a certain threshold. Someone else can harbor some support. Basically, whoever has the most MPs in parliament, they would form government, right? And so something like this happened in Malaysia. The prime minister had lost support. A couple of other MPs came together and they formed a new government. This new government was interesting. A couple of different parties, different ideas, didn't have much in common aside from the fact that they wanted to form a government. And they didn't really have much of, let's just say they didn't have much respect for the institutions of Malaysia, specifically the institution of parliament, ironically, which is where they got their power from. So these parties come together, they form government, lockdown happens, everything's closed up, everything's shut down. Time goes by, suddenly the prime minister finds that this new prime minister, his name is Muhyiddin Yassin, he finds that he's losing support. He finds that he's losing support. He's no longer in a tenable position to be prime minister. So what does he do? On the pretext of the pandemic, he basically goes to the king. And again, legally, the king is bound, constitutional monarchy, a lot like the UK. King is somewhat legally bound to go by the advice of the prime minister. It's a hot topic, but yeah, the king has to go ahead and declare an emergency. And with this emergency declared, our parliament was suspended. This was a small problem because if parliament suspended, the prime minister loses support in parliament. Effectively, the prime minister is a dictator, which is not, as my generation would put it, not very cash money, not very cool. So that wasn't great. We weren't very happy about that. And this was the institution that kind of held Malaysia together. So for context in history, Malaysia's had race riots, it's had all kinds of different forms of ethnic tension. Very, very diverse country, but things happen. And its parliament has been this institution of power sharing between major ethnic groups in Malaysia. For a long time, the ruling party of Malaysia was a coalition of a Malay party, a Chinese party, and Indian party. That was fundamentally, and obviously indigenous parties from East Malaysia. I mean, this was for a long time just the way the country was run. This is just how power sharing happened. And so the suspension of parliament wasn't really great, even though we've somewhat moved past this sort of racial dynamic. It's still there. You can still see a lot of large parties that are built upon racial groups and that kind of thing, and religious parties. But you can see everywhere in the world. I mean, that you can see in India, you can see in all over the place. But they still exist, and that basically broken down. Parliament was no longer in existence, right? It was a bit of an issue, and so what happened was we thought we could do something about it. When I say we, I refer to about 3 or 4 young people. When I say young people, I say maybe 20 something year olds. We thought, well, this is ridiculous. Why don't they just do a Zoom meeting, right? Like how I've joined this. Why couldn't we do Parliament on Zoom? Everyone else, we were working from home. We all had jobs. We were working from home. We saw other parliaments do it. But why can't they do it on Zoom? This is a silly excuse. He's just trying to consolidate power. And bear in mind, at that time, the government had been using more draconian laws to basically sedition, 1948 Sedition Act. This was a British law. All these laws basically they were using to clamp down on dissent online. People who disagreed with the government were more frequently being hauled up and that kind of thing. And not specifically relating to the pandemic. I think those were under the I think it was the Dangerous Diseases Act or something like that. And these were people just being hauled up for not liking the prime minister, which isn't really good. It's not great. Not very cool. So this keeps going on. So we decide to take things into our own hands. And so we say, well, we'll set up a Zoom meeting. We'll do the virtual parliament. We'll do it ourselves, and we'll see what they say. So we put this thing together. We figured that the actual members of parliament wouldn't join our meeting. So let's just find our own members of parliament. We start a website. We started Twitter, well, an X, I guess it's called now. We do TikTok, we do Instagram, Facebook, all this stuff, the whole thing, the whole 10 yards, 9 yards, 10 yards, however many yards. We do the whole thing. We're promoting this, it's going all over the place. People sort of like the idea, and we get, I think, about 5,000 or so applications, if more than that, in the first few days when we launched this. It goes a little bit viral on the internet. And what sort of happened here was initially the opposition picked this up, and it was a big sort of gotcha for the government, where it was okay. You see, you can do parliament virtually, and the House of Lords was doing it in the UK. A couple of countries actually were doing virtual parliaments or hybrid ones, and it just proved that there was no excuse for them to suspend parliament. Then while the opposition was picking it up, bear in mind, the prime minister had lost support in parliament. He wasn't popular even in the government. So government members of parliament, as well as opposition members of parliament, both started to support this online. They would retweet our stuff. They would put in statements of support, that kind of thing. It just went viral on its own. People were just going one by one. And we saw some interesting things come out of it. So it picks up steam. We onboard people. Obviously, we get all these people that signed up. Basically, were all young people, and this was not a coincidence. We wanted young people specifically. Part of it is also to demonstrate how, say, we remove the politics from Parliament, and we just purely focus on whatever issue it is that we're discussing. We remove all of that. All of the chaos that the Malaysian Parliament is maybe not as chaotic as the Indian Parliament can get, but it is chaotic. We have our own chaos, our own flavor of chaos, so to speak. So we wanted to remove that. We just want to have like a civil discussion to show that young people can be mature, can look at issues holistically, comprehensively, try to solve them. Right? We do this. It goes pretty well. We get people from all 222 parliamentary constituencies in Malaysia. We set up the internet. So I was the technical lead for this whole thing, which is a bit of an exercise because if you're doing a digital parliament and you're in charge of the digital side of things, quite a bit of work needs to be done. It was a bit of an exercise in managing work and this as well. This little project that we're working on. But interestingly enough, the support that we got people from literally every corner of the country, every major ethnic group represented. I think we had achieved 30% female representation before the actual parliament, which wasn't a surprise. But hey, if we can do it. We had representatives from indigenous communities, representatives with disabilities, which we had to do special accommodations for. We did internet subsidies. Basically, we managed to get a bunch of partners to come on board and like help us out and help fund the whole thing. And that's how we were able to get internet access to more rural areas. Because Malaysia is as almost developed as we always are. We're almost there. One of the tricky things for us is there's a bit of a gap. And there's some regions in Malaysia that don't have the best internet access. I'm aware now that we're working on that, but yeah, at that time, this was 2020, was a bit of an issue. There's a famous case of a kid that climbed a tree to do their exams, which is the whole thing. Anyway, we put all this stuff together, and the people, aside from the diversity of the participants itself, again, the people that supported us, the members of parliament, the civil society organizations, came from very different places. You would have effectively UMNO, an ethno-nationalist party. Their youth chiefs and their party members, their members of parliament supporting this initiative. You'd have the DAP, a social democratic party, supporting the initiative. The Islamic Party, even like a couple of past, the Islamic Party was in opposition now as well. They were supporting this as well. Like they came up with a couple of letters of support. The parties from East Malaysia, the people from there also supported this. I mean, there's a consensus that formed, basically among everyone, that maybe it's not a good idea to suspend parliament. Maybe we should keep the parliament thing. Maybe democracy is a good idea. Maybe that's what kind of keeps the country going, right? I mean, it was really nice to watch. I mean, and it was a very small gesture as well, because for them, all it was maybe a tweet, a retweet, small one letter that they publish, or they send out, one press release. That's it. Tiny word of support, little thing that, when it goes a long way. And this went very well. So when we ran the session, this is the 4th and 5th of July in 2020. We were trending #1 on Twitter for both days. This was the same day that Kanye West announced that he's running for president. That didn't go as well, but it was on the same day. It was Kanye West, is the American rapper guy. It was a thing. It was a thing on Twitter for a while. And it also, so we had, I think, about 250,000 concurrent live viewers, which is a lot for a country the size of Malaysia. That's quite a lot of people. We only have about 30 million people in the country that are alive, so that's good. That went pretty well. At one point, we even found 2 people who never agree with each other. The fourth and 7th Prime Minister of Malaysia, Mahathir Mohamad, big old guy. He's still around. He was still around then as well. And yeah, so he was in support of this idea. Wasn't a big fan of the government at the time. Still isn't a fan of the government. I don't know when he's ever been a fan of the government when he's not in there, but he was pretty supportive. And we had Anwar Ibrahim, who's the current Prime Minister of Malaysia, also pretty supportive of the idea. Generally, you don't find these two agreeing on anything. But surprisingly, this preservation of the institution of parliament was quite a big deal. So this goes on. We get a couple of congratulations, for running a successful session. And then something very interesting happens. At the end of all this, as the dust settles, a couple of the participants from our event, like the people who joined this, got phone calls from the local police. Just asking questions, how did you find out about this? Why did you join this? No, we basically we did a press release and we said, look, I mean, the police are like contacting our people, what's going on? And the police immediately denied it and said, come forward to us with reports if anyone contacts you, and that's sort of settled. I think we had a little bit of sort of public sympathy on our side. So when we went out with that information, they left our people alone. Well, I say our people, these are people between the ages of like 14 to 25, 26. So, they're pretty young. It's not great when the police are sort of calling you up. And I guess, but at the end of the day, the reason why we were able to pull it off was because every corner of society had agreed that this is a good idea. Preserving Parliament was a good idea, and I think for us, I think it was a very interesting story, interesting lesson, I guess, that no matter sort of how impossible a task it is, if your interest here is, if you have something, if you have a shared interest with everyone else, if you have some commonality with everyone else, something that in this case preserves sort of the fabric of the nation, and that was the idea behind this, that our parliamentary democracy is crucial to a functioning country. And this was our way of showing that we're not going to have the government suspend parliament, declare an emergency, and crown himself dictator. I mean, at the first opportunity we get, we're going to push back. And this obviously went on further on, and there are more things that happened. There were protests and stuff like that. But we managed to get parliament restored at some point through these kind of things. And it was this pushback, and the fact that everyone came together to do it, that sort of really was something different. So that's a little story, I guess. Yeah, and I think that, the tangent from the previous talk, I guess, here is that sometimes for young people, question as to why young people don't feel patriotic. In some cases, it's because governments sometimes actively seek out dissent and suppress it. It happens all over the world. Sometimes you got to let young people disagree with the government for them to like the country, because the government and the country aren't necessarily the same thing. Yeah, that's the summary. If you want to look this up, by the way, the event or the thing that we organized was called Parliament Digital. Now, Malaysia, we spell that as PARLIMEN, Parliament Digital. Digital is the same as digital is in English. Yeah, you can look it up. It was about 3 years ago, and there's still some stories about it online. So there's a bit of info on that. Yeah, and we say in Malaysia, one of the things we say in Malaysia is "Syukur Malaysia masih aman," which is we're grateful that Malaysia is still peaceful. I do think the system that we have in Malaysia, parliamentary democracy, the representation that we have is part of the reason why. It may not be the whole thing, but it is part of the reason. I think the people are a big chunk of it, but this is also part of it. So yeah, my message is find peace through institutions. They might just be good for you. Yeah, so that's all for me.
Is it possible to do a sham that will give him the gift when he comes to India next? Please, not necessarily. So we tell you.
How do they take questions they are asking?
We can do that. We can do that.
Can you just tell him to remain online when we take his question after process understanding and
Ishan, can you please remain online? We will finish the other two panelists and then it would be question time. So can you remain online till then? Thank you.
Yep. No worries.
Now I request Mr. Helige to please.
Can I start? My pranams to Sadhguru, Swami Sri Hari Prasad, members of the clergy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. I'm glad to be here and thank you very much for the kind invitation. First and foremost, I must mention that I stepped down as the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities last month. I was appointed the chairman of a corporation by President Ranil Wickremesinghe. And on Thursday, I had the privilege of having lunch with the president. And he wanted me to tell all of you that India is very important for Sri Lanka. And we will do our best to work with India to maintain peace and harmony. I intend to speak on internal harmony, which will lead to external harmony with focus on Sri Lanka. As you know, the individual human is really the first mover. It is indeed a very special day for me. And I got a call from my wife in the morning. We spoke of domestic issues and issues of our sons, and of course the old house and the leaking roof, etc. But ladies and gentlemen, I forgot that it is our 25th wedding anniversary. So I apologized. I apologized many times, and the call ended in peace. So now you agree that justice leads to peace. Yeah. Okay. So my understanding, ladies and gentlemen, is that Sri Lankans are hopelessly divided. I'm sorry to say this as a Sri Lankan, but when I analyze my lifetime and the history, they're hopelessly divided. That is the primary reason for this financial crisis that we are in today. This is my view. And I take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of India for helping us during the crisis. We had a very tough time, no fuel, no cooking gas, no medicine, etc. a year ago. When I turn the spotlight onto Sri Lanka, I see many who claim for justice do not practice it. It is not visible within their families, villages, associations, etc. As you know, we are a democratic state. Democracy isn't autochthonous or homegrown in Sri Lanka. As you and I, as both countries are aware that we have been having kings for the last 2,500 years. You have been having powerful emperors for more period than 2,500 years. So democracy was given to us from top. Sri Lankans got the right to vote at 18 years in 1931, long before the people of England. It was a recommendation of the Donamo Commission, which was appointed by the British Empire to see what is good for Sri Lanka in the future as a system of governance. But it's unfortunate that we failed to implement most of the good recommendations of the Donamo Commission. If I may add, the name Donamo Commission comes because the chairman of the commission was the 6th Earl of Donamo. It was not his name. So since 1931, we have come a long way to be a financially bankrupt state. Fortunately, we are recovering. I'm very happy about it. One might say that Sri Lankans do not have arithmetical minds. I do agree. I'm also very weak in arithmetic.
And Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, I was an intern under him long time back. And he personally told me that when I was there, that Sri Lankans are weak in arithmetic. And when I left, he told me that, son, when you get home, you tell your people that even when they do charity, look at it from a business management point of view. So I see some other aspects as well. We have to know more that we are a plural state. Even now, ladies and gentlemen, with all this technology and mobile phones and smartphones, etc., still some people, they don't believe that. But we are a plural state. When we think that way, the orchestrated extremism will have no place. One community shouldn't be helped at the expense of another. That is what I believe, and that is what the government believes, very especially President Vikram Singh. 700 years ago, the son of a queen from Chennai, a mother from Chennai, and a father from Sri Lanka, a Sinhala father, gave us a son who was the most strongest ruler to rule the country for 50 years before colonization. He was that was Parakrama Bahu the sixth. He was the last man to unite the country before Western colonization. We leased a small island off our western coast, which is still there, to the Arabs to come and trade with us. So those who are afraid of getting foreign support and trade relations should remember those things. The island is there, the Arabs are gone, and we are bankrupt. But 700 years ago, we were smart enough to get the international community involved so that there was a win-win cooperation. The habit of blaming outside world has been very strong. That should change. If you are a cricket fan, I'm sure most of you are. I know very little about cricket, but I took this example because it is part of our society. Recently, some ill-informed Sri Lankans roared as lions, nothing to do with RAW generally, that Indian cricket officials are responsible for issues in Sri Lankan cricket. That is not true. That is not true. That is the stand of the government as well. I requested my students on many occasions during this to read more about the late Robert Senanayake. If you don't know the name, he was the second son of our first Prime Minister D.S. Senanayake and the only brother of our second Prime Minister Dudley Senanayake. He had a pet lioness, which I have seen back in the 70s in his home. He had Bengali tigers, Sri Lankan leopards, and a very specially African lioness named Elsa. I have experienced the lioness very close by because my grandfather was a party member of Prime Minister Senanayake's party. The lioness roared at everything but never did Robert when he was the chairman of Sri Lanka cricket. So that is a lesson that Sri Lankans should learn. With maturity and conflict prevention skills, Robert Senanayake managed Sri Lanka cricket. Similarly, it is time to put the economy on track. That is impossible without the support from Sri Lankan diaspora, very especially, irrespective of race and religious beliefs. So we have the capacity. The government can't do it alone. And the statesmanship of the highest order is required from every citizen within the country and outside the country. I'm sure we shall succeed. Whether we shall be remembered or not, that future will decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitaji, for excellent presentation. Samitaji is a regular visitor to our Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, especially in connection with many of our peace conference programs, I remember. we have, at least I have one question to ask, perhaps, can I do it now or after? Yeah. That's why I'm. Yeah. Please. Yeah, please, yeah.
Can I request Mr. Ishwarji to please give the memento to Samita, please? The shawl.
Please, very
I can tell my wife that I the person like her.
Thank you. Thank you, Ishwarji. Now I request Mr. Rangna, Honorary Consul General for Myanmar, to come and give his views.
Professor Ranganaran has been a great support for me personally, and he is also about the conference throughout. We've been in discussion every day. We have some discussion about how we can do this.
So every day he's been in touch with me. He'll telephone me or he'll message me. And up to last night, 11 o'clock, we were speaking. So thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Swamiji. So I'm the last speaker, and pronounced to Pujya Sri Swamiji, who allowed me to talk on this very important topic, 8th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation. Peace is born of justice. Major General, the Chairman, the other members of this session, and eminent educationists, Vice Chancellors, participants from Bangladesh, and unfortunately we invited the Sri Lankan Deputy High Commissioner and the Bangladesh Deputy High Commissioner to be with us today. But both of them were away from India and they were not able to attend. And they conveyed their wishes, for this very timely, conference, Peace and Reconciliation Conference. So, good afternoon to all, and the topic here today is all about the peace and reconciliation. And the Major General spoke, immensely about, the peace and reconciliation in its own term. I had the honor to see the movie Sam the Brave at OTA Chennai, along with the Lieutenant General of OTA, Mr. Sanjay Chauhan. It was a wonderful movie. I would, request the audience to see that movie, Sam the Brave. It's a wonderful movie. Let me take 10 minutes because time is very limited. Reconciliation is a long-term process by which the parties to a violent dispute to build trust, learn to live cooperatively, and to create a stable peace. We talk about peace today, peacekeeping, peacemaking, peace building, which is very, very important. Education is considered to be, as an educationist and a diplomat, I can talk more about, education. Education leads to peace, and education is a weapon. Education is a magic. And give me one pen, one school, one teacher to change the world. That is the power of education. And therefore, the stable peace comes only when you give a proper education to the people. It can happen at the individual level, the community level, under the national and international level. Be local, but go global. Be local, but go global. Reconciliation means it is truth telling. Let me put it like this. It is something truth telling. It is something sharing of historical narratives and a dialogue to transform relations among groups. I'm not going into the detail, that let me touch here and there and end my address. So it is all about to transform relations among the groups, among the societies, among the countries, the nations, or whatever you say. And peace to hold and flourish, which is very important. We have to hold peace and allow peace to flourish. Today, peace is shattered into pieces. And everyone has to take immense responsibility to hold and allow peace to flourish. And to replace fear by non-violent coexistence, building confidence and trust, and developing empathy among the societies. To me, empathy is very important. We talk about sympathy, empathy, but you see, more than sympathy, I would say empathy is very, very important. History, we say it is something, talking about the past. But I do say history is all about people. History is all about decisions. History is all about attitudes. History is all about behavior. That is what history is all about. History is a matter of change. History can give you a future. History is a dialogue between the past and the present. When I say present, right, if you study history, right, you know what future is all about. Let me say, wrongs of the past must never be repeated. Acknowledge our past through education and understanding. I repeat again, acknowledge our past through education and understanding. Reconciliation should be, accompanied by justice. Otherwise, it will not last. While we all talk about, peace, principles of peace and justice, and we believe that it is the practice of peace and reconciliation is one of the most vital and artistic of human actions. It is something all about the human action, the artistic, that I say vital and artistic, that of human actions. I say history is all about actions, behavior, attitudes, decisions, and whatnot. Today's reconciliation must be broader, deeper, and inclusive. I say it should be broader, deeper, and inclusive. The past is a central dimension of reconciliation, but reconciliation is essentially about the future among from a divided past towards a shared future, and to build relations for the future. To provide intellectual structure for non-violent approaches to personal, national, and global conflicts. Let me emphasize something on education. Education is a pathway, it's a pathway to peace and progress in 21st century. If you look at the international breakthrough in knowledge today, a free exchange of ideas, enduring bonds between institutions and the nations, sharing of ideas, resources, and experiences, which gives you a basic understanding that education is a basic human right. It teaches, in fact, all about the universal human values. Education creates and recreates the society. It creates and recreates the society. It gives you equity, relevance, and excellence. New approaches in education, in fact, integrated vision, revisiting humanism. And Dr. Vincent is sitting here who knows much about revisiting humanism. I attended many of his lectures. In fact, education gives, it in fact enhances, it promotes international cooperation, I would say. Ideas do not need weapons. We don't need any weapons. We need only ideas. It may be local, national, or international. Education provides a global citizenship, international competence, social responsibility, and whatnot. It gives you everything. It promotes collaboration. And in fact, gives you an increased motivation and fostering, that fostering thinking as well as the diversity. Institutions today are light, liberty, and learning. It makes peace and people. Education makes peace and people, which are very important. Peace, people, and planet, which is very, very considered to be very important. I believe education is a dynamic one which involves a journey of the people, minds, and ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, knowledge is power. It is a ladder, in fact, and it helps us, it allows us to socialize, and it will keep you so organized. Yesterday, someone was talking about the vocational education. I believe that is very, very important, right, with regard to India. And we talk about communication skills, we talk about morals, values, we talk about personality and character. Again, personality and character. Education makes personality and character. And therefore, this all gives you an understanding. Education gives you the peace. I believe UNESCO tells very beautifully, let us build peace in the minds of men and women. Let us build peace in the minds of men and women. Education transforms lives. It builds peace. It eradicates poverty, which is very important. Poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. And poverty is the mother of all crimes, I would say. Poverty is the mother of all crimes. And this education can eradicate poverty and drive a sustainable development. It will tell us how to take the next step. The UNESCO Director General, the current Director General, puts it so beautifully. Education is a public good. It is a delicate, it is a fragile, but it is the best possible investment we can make in the society. Education makes us interconnected. It makes us interconnected. Education is an indispensable asset to attain the ideals of peace, freedom, and justice. Education is an indispensable asset to attain the ideals of peace, freedom, and justice, to foster a deeper and more harmonious, that term of development, to reduce poverty, ignorance, and oppression and war. We talk about education today, 21st century education is all about learning to know, learning to do, learning to live together, and learning to be. These are the 4 pillars of Delos Commission, the treasure within. Please read the Delos Commission, where you understand more about that the 4 pillars of education, which is considered to be very, very important in shaping the personality and character of the people. We, in fact, give a lot of, so much of information, but let me cut here and there and let me, conclude. I would say that education is a necessary utopia. It designs and builds the common future. And learning throughout life, the heartbeat of society. I would say education is the heartbeat of society. Broadening international cooperation and making the world as a global village. From the local community to the world society. Globalization on human activity, universal communication, the many facets of global interdependence from the local to global. From social cohesion to democratic participation, from economic growth to human development. These are the, that important areas where one has to know about, right, how education transforms the society and how education can bring peace. It is something highly indicative. We live in a world, where we want an economic growth. The demand for education, for economic purposes. Education for women, which is an essential means of promoting development. Education for women is an essential means of promoting development. Economic growth and human development. Education for human development. Discovering others, how to discover others. Work towards the common ends. If you are able to work towards common ends, probably there won't be any, injustice or there won't be any war. Learning throughout life. Education is multidimensional today. New times, fresh ideas, fresh fields. Education at the heart of society, is the heartbeat and the heart of society. Ladies and gentlemen, from basic education to university education today, I would say education is a passport to life. It is a passport to life, and it in fact makes the people to learn, and it gives you the knowledge, and it makes you to understand the world better. And it gives you the international cooperation, education in the global village, men and women, education for equality, education for social development, education for the global society, education for a multicultural world, opening our minds for a better life for all. Excellence in education, innovations in human talent, and education for all, men and women for others, build peace in the minds of men and women, equity, relevance, and excellence. And the United Nations mandate is all about giving higher education and making the countries to ensure high quality, high education opportunities which are available to everyone. Education is a passport to economic security and a stable future. We talk about sustainable development goals. We talk about the men and women, personal development, exchange of knowledge, innovation, and whatnot. With all this, we talk about our common future, which is very, very important. Without education, there is no future. And education is a human right. And therefore, one has to understand more on this so that you know better about education. We must work to resolve conflicts in a spirit of reconciliation and always keep in the mind the interest of others. Peace by understanding, peace by, by love, not by force. Peace by love, not by force. And peace begins with smile. Peace begins with smile. With these few words, I thank Pujya Sri for giving this wonderful opportunity to talk something on this important area on education. And this peace and that reconciliation can be made as a council, peace and reconciliation council under Swamiji's blessing, so that we can work better, serve better, and make the world a better place to live. I wish the conference a success. I congratulate all the participants as well as the speakers today who made a tremendous impact on the audience. With this, one can do well, and every individual has the power to change, and every individual has the power to shape the world. You can do that, I can do that. One has to realize the greatest discovery is self-discovery. You know that? So with this, I end my talk. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for a thought-provoking lecture, especially when you said that reconciliation should be accompanied by justice. That is well taken, and it is a very important concept. And also, you have told us that how reconciliation should be inclusive, that it has to take into account all aspects of life, And also you have pointed out the significance of education, how the education can change the perspective of the individual. And your suggestion to Swamiji is very important. I think only Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation can think of having peace and reconciliation council, and under the dynamic leadership of our Swamiji, we can really think about it very seriously, Swamiji, because
That you and Professor Ranganath.
yeah, we'll do that, Swamiji, with your blessings.
He's a very good organizer.
Yes. Thank you, Swamiji. So thank you very much, sir. Very nice. Yeah, now we'll have 10 minutes. Can we have 10 minutes for discussion?
Shall we finish the laundry? I request Ishwarji to please come and honor Mr. Professor Ranganathan for his wonderful speech.
I'm only Ishwar, I'm not Ishwarji.
Sir, why is the Maryada? So
That right you cannot deny her. She call you G.
Swamiji has asked me to make a special mention, and we thank Professor Ranganathan from deep felt feelings for having been such a big help in organizing this. Yes, now we'll have the question time if the audience is willing to sacrifice 10 minutes from their time of lunchtime. Then we go ahead with the questions. I hope everybody will agree to that. Yes? Yes.
Mike.
Pranam to Sadhguru, pranam to Swamiji, and respect to all the audience here. If I understood correctly, the presentation made a statement that poverty is the cause for crime. Have I understood correctly, sir? I'm asking you, sir.
Not very clear.
No, I understood from what you presented, poverty is the cause for crime. Is that correct? Have I understood correctly? Then how do you account for large-scale fraud in the economic offences area? Does it mean that rich people don't commit crime?
May I suggest?
Yeah, please.
It is a poverty of a different kind.
Poverty of character.
Yes, absolutely.
Not economic poverty. Crime comes out of poverty of character
Yes.
and moral values. If that can be inculcated, maybe to some extent you can control, but 100% control is impossible. Nothing is pure in this universe which is 100% good. Always there is some contamination. Question is degree of contamination. So I felt, because I have seen economic offences where millions have been swallowed by rich people. Poor fellows are in the street for one meal per day. But these fellows value luxury. How do you account for it?
A classic example is Duryodhana in Mahabharata, where he has a kingdom, he is rich. He says that he does not have the pravritti towards goodness or a nivritti towards badness. And then, as Swamiji said, he blames the God within. So this is also an important fact, that we are sometimes always willing to find a scapegoat for what we must accept as our failings. And as one of the speakers said, that is also a result possibly of wrong upbringing also, where these values are not created. Thank you.
I think we should also thank Swamiji for giving us an opportunity to listen to so many scholars. And I have some questions, 2 or 3 questions to both of you. With regard to Major General, this IPKF, when it was there, that peacekeeping force, there was some mention about some rape cases there. And if I am right, there was a deep wound within that Danu's mind to create whatever happened. And about IPKF, were they able to, try to do something with regard to the guerrilla warfare? The other one is, you were mentioning about the Sikh officers in the army. And what is their peace of mind when it comes to Khalistan and when they are serving the Indian army? How is that mind frame within themselves? Yeah. Please. And I got 2 more for him.
I think also, yeah. I also have a similar question. Major General, we really enjoyed your paper because it's not a paper, it is a practical problems which we are facing. Now, I also have a similar question with regard to IPKF. Now, it has been said that the way in which the Indian military force has done such a damage to Tamil community, especially. This, very correctly pointed out by Professor Pramila, this is a big wound which can never be healed. I don't know how far it is true, but the newspaper report and TV news clearly shows that there is some truth in it. That could have been avoided. And there was a time when the government itself wanted to take back the IPKF. This damage could have been avoided. And if this is what we are doing in peacekeeping force, then I think that has to be, stopped. In the name of peacekeeping force, you cannot, penalize some people who are innocent. I know the situation better than many of my friends here because I visited Sri Lanka at least 2 or 3 times. And many of my students are from Sri Lanka. They told us what situation was there. So this is what we would like to know from you. This is one thing. And secondly, sir, you are very beautifully making a distinction between just and unjust war. In fact, I was thinking that there cannot be what is known as just war. But you have given reasons for the just war. It is quite acceptable. But sir, please note that in just war also, innocent people are killed. If you see, since you are very well versed in Tamil language, if you read Purananuru and other Tamil literature, it said when there was a war between 2 kings, the females were protected, cows were protected. But such a thing is not happening in the so-called just war theory. So what kind of just war that we are, doing, we are following or we are trying to adopt in the name of just war. And most of the time, I don't think that in just war, when, for example, Bangladesh, this thing, our interference, I would say, I want to use the word interference in their internal this thing. There also, I think that we have not done proper justice to the Bangladeshis. I have one Bangladeshi friend. He said that you people have killed us. You have brought a bad name in the world. That's what these people are saying. So what would be your reaction? I may be wrong, please correct me. I am ready to.
The good thing about the discourse is that we have different perceptions and we all have our ways of presenting those perceptions. I'm okay with that. But I'm usually used to facing barrage of artillery guns. I'm not used to facing barrage of questions. Anyway, but I'll still try and see if I can respond to these very, deep-rooted questions. So let's start first with what I think we said. We will probably answer both the questions. When I talked about just war, what I meant was the justification for war. That is, when you intervene or interfere, the line is very thin, whether the justification for that intervention is acceptable in the need of the hour for the sake of humanity. So if you are doing that, so you can justify the war on the grounds of what a nation wants to do to protect its own people, or you can do a war for what you want to do to protect its people from the ingress or some harm that is happening to your neighborhood. So India's war of 1871 was a just war from that point of view. Now, from collateral damage point of view, whether did we as soldiers, we did our duty properly or not, is the second question. Naturally, when you go with a mighty force into another nation, and it is almost impossible to target your enemy in such a manner, with such precision on either weapons or strategy or tactics, that you are only hitting the so-called target. Right? And that is not only of the soldiering, it applies to every walk of life. So a little bit of collateral damage is bound to happen. The art of warfare and the professionalism of army lies in your ability to minimize that collateral damage. So the justification of war is on one hand, minimizing collateral damage is on the other hand, and that is why the world is developing weapon systems which are more and more precise as days go by. The other type of collateral damage happens due to morality, of what somebody said, poverty of character. This is where we train our soldiers. That when you are faced with the situation in Bangladesh, which is lying open for you, when the land can be plundered again by another army, when it has already been plundered by the PLA, did we do that? Now that is the question of morality comes. I'm not saying that I have not seen that war myself. My father has participated in the war, but I'm sure that from moral standpoint of view of Indian soldiers, we have possibly not done any big damage to that nation or to the people of that nation. And the Bangladeshi friend of mine, she had probably accepted that, this fact that it's true. All the only thing she was against was we allowed the plunderers to go free. Yes, I agree too. We could have done but then the UN convention won't have allowed us to do that. So that is justification for war. Coming to the IPK. See, as I said again, madam, the Indian peacekeeping force went in because of certain diplomatic requirement of our neighbor. And at that point in time, we are looking at Sri Lanka as a nation. We are looking at India as a nation. And in order to protect the neighborhood and what could happen, imagine if IPKF had not gone in there. You know, when you critically look at any situation, even when you read Ramayana, you can view Ramayana from a different situation. Imagine if Ram had not gone to Sri Lanka, what would have happened? We don't know, right? But you can create an imaginary situation. What could have happened? Would Sita have returned? Would Sita would have returned? We don't know. Would Hanuman have put fire in his state? We don't know. So likewise, when you criticize a situation, it's always good to ask a counter question the way Maitri does in her quotes. Imagine if you had not gone into Sri Lanka, what would have been the outcome? Would some other force have come in? We are today sitting with the threat of China putting its force and its ability thing in our neighborhood. They are sitting in Hambantota, they are sitting in Myanmar, they are sitting in so many places. They are sitting in Nepal. So had India not intervened, IPK have not gone in, maybe a third force may have come in there and sat on our neighborhood. It's a dirty job. War is a dirty job. Nobody wants war. No soldier wants war. If you ask me, I don't want to go to war. I don't want to die. Like Sadhguru again beautifully said. Who's a soldier? A soldier is not someone who's paid to die for the country. Everybody thinks, Indira Gandhi said this, oh, they are all paid to do this war. No, the soldier is not made to die for his country. He's a soldier not because he wants to die, because he's willing to die for the country. That's what the difference. Yes. When the situation demands is willing, but he wants to be with his family, he wants to be with his children. I want to be with my children. I don't want to get my son to become orphan. Why should I want that? And I'm willing to do that, make my son orphan, because the nation demands me from it when the situation demands. So I'm not trained to die. I'm trained to kill the enemy soldier to protect my nation. That's my job. So therefore, war is a dirty job. It's very difficult to do it clean. Absolutely very difficult to do it clean. But the difference between the Indian soldiers and the rest of the soldiers is we try to do it as clean as possible. Yet there will be fallouts, there will be repercussions, there will be ramifications, there will be collateral damage, everything will be there. We try and minimize that damage. That is why the nation goes to war and not the army goes to war. When there's a war, it's a nation that goes to war. Every single community gets affected. But that is the way that we could do. We can today talk of X community getting impacted. Definitely, we all feel for it. I come from Madras Regiment. I come from Madras Sappers. My entire lot is Thambis. I learnt my Tamil, the threads of Tamil, by speaking to them. These very Tamilian soldiers were part of this whole operation. Why? Because the nation wanted them to be there. Whether politically that was the right decision, wrong decision, the impact of political decision, the Sri Lankan gentleman sitting here will understand much better. And in hindsight, you can definitely look at different perspectives, and we must do so, and I appreciate that, so that we learn the right lesson for future. And to that extent, I really thank you for having come up with that question. Yeah, the Sikh part. What was the Sikh question? Yeah, how do the Sikhs respond? So let me tell you, I was in NDA when this happened, 1984. I was training in NDA, and my friend was a gentleman called as Manjinder Singh. He's a hardcore Khalsa. And when this thing happened, I saw him celebrating. When what happened when Indira Gandhi was assassinated? I mean, that was his knee-jerk reaction. Because somewhere the community feeling had come into him and he had not yet become a soldier. It was the process of becoming a soldier. And he, for one, used to, in India, we have all sorts of people. And those days, the army was not dominated by Tamils, I mean by South Indians. So he used to, in a joking way, in a sarcastic way, hey, Madrasi, say like that. Oh, Madrasi, kuch karega nahi, that kind of a thing. That's the way the language the North Indians used to use. The exposure in IPKF taught a different lesson about what Tamilians can do. They taught what Madrasis can do. And what Madrasis did in Blue Star and other operations taught them that Madrasis, South Indians are as strong fighters as anybody else, just that we don't talk so much as probably they do. So this same gentleman in IMA, we were fighting to get certain arms in service. He wanted to get engineers, I also wanted to get engineers. But I got engineers, I was number 1, 2, 3 in merit, and he was a little lower. He got Madras Regiment. The man who would criticize Madrasis was given Madras Regiment. Can you imagine his condition? He was crestfallen. 2 nights, he was drunk in drunkenness. I don't know really, but to teach him what is Madrasi possibly, the God wanted to teach him, the Providence wanted to teach him. But today, he's recently taken as the army commander of the RTRAC. He's Lieutenant General today. Rose in the same Madras regiment, and today you ask him what a Madrasi is probably swear by a Madrasi more than a Sikh. Does that answer your question? Thank you so much.
The question for our friend Mr. Samita. Regarding the upcountry tea estates workers, there's always been a situation where they're called as stateless. So what is the present situation? And another one is when the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had come to visit Sri Lanka, there was an incident where an army guy, tried to hit him with the butt of the thing. I don't know how from the corner of the eye he was able to look into that. And the explanation was very flimsily given that he was standing in the sun for a long time, maybe he got frustrated. What's your view?
Regarding the plantation workers, madam, there has never been a serious situation about statelessness. They were given citizenship after good negotiations between the Sirima Bandaranaike and Indian governments, and then later on it continued, and they play a major role in Sri Lankan economy right now. And also I must admit that we have about 22 million, and by the time the British brought the South Indian workers, if not for them, our tea industry wouldn't have flourished. We didn't have enough people. I think there's a similar case with Malaysia, where the British brought in the Chinese and the Indian. Yes. So with regard to plantation workers, my belief is that they play a key role in Sri Lankan economy and the society. And there will never be a statelessness issue, because their children have done well and they contribute to the society as doctors, engineers, accountants, etc., etc. And the new generation of plantation worker politicians are global citizens, like, for example, Honorable Jeevan Thondaman and Chanakyan. They are, I really respect them, and I want to see them go up the ladder, because they are very, very much global. I mean, that is what I wish to see with the next generation as a university teacher. Your next question was on Rajiv Gandhi's. Well, as I said in my speech, we are hopelessly divided, and even now there are elements that prevail. As General said, that the duty of any force is to identify the threat and keep it under control. So, taking that particular incident, I think Mr. Gandhi's bodyguards and the Sri Lankan VIP guard should have been more alert. And I think that incident developed so many new practices with regard to VIP security. Now you will see that the VIPs are not very exposed. As I said in my speech, it's all inside the human's brain. And with regard to that man, it was a sailor. He was released by President Premadasa after some years, because Premadasa was not very good with the Indians, as you know. And yeah. And he was basically, he didn't have his diplomatic skills. That is my understanding. And Jayawardena was the president when the incident took place, and Jayawardena put him behind bars. Not Jayawardena, the judiciary. And Premadasa released him, and now the man is an astrologer. He's checking horoscopes of other people at a small place near my hometown. And I must finish with another story with regard to Sita and the Ramayana, the Indian army. As you all know, Sita was the cause for grounding our first ever aircraft. You know, the Ravana, the aircraft, they say the Ravana had an aircraft. It may be legend, maybe. I don't have any arguments on that. But in 1949, we bought 3 brand new DC-3 aircrafts from the United States. And we named one of them as Sita Devi. And the second one was named after Sunetra Devi, who is from Chennai. So we have respected Indian women in all our best capacities, despite the fact that Sita ground after Sita.
Sir, General, I also heard from somebody that rape is also a strategy in war.
No. So I disagree. Rape is not a strategy in war, but the plunderers, the warfare, what Alexander followed, what the Mughals followed, what the Islam followed, what happened in East Pakistan. Rape is a strategy for subjugation. because it hits the minds of the public, weakens them. If you see in Rajputanas, the women wear burqa there. In South India, we don't have a burqa. Ghungat. Why the Rajput women wear ghungat? It's only so that the beauty of the woman of the Rajputs are not seen by so-called forces. Not because they want to wear it, it's just to protect them from this happening. Because rape can cause such subjugation of mind that you are willed to fight goes away. So therefore, some people use it as not strategy, but as a forceful means of having mentally capturing that person to capture. So I don't think Indian Army anywhere will go near the realm of this particular method of fighting the enemy forces.
Also, we must also highlight the fact there is Johar in them.
Sorry?
In Rajasthan.
Sorry
Yeah,
for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting, General. We are really running behind schedule. We just have.
Sure. So I will take,
For lunch.
Madam, I'll just take 2 minutes of all of you. Now that you've given me such opportunity to be here, to tell you seriously some work you're doing, some serious work. I request Dr. Leela Shankar to kindly stand up and identify himself. He's the Secretary of NCC Udan. He is the one. I know that lunch is keeping you away, but lunch also keeps you awake. Huh? So he's the one who's driving this whole thing called as Operation Vijay in 1971. It is not just a play. The play is just a vehicle for us to reach out to the youth of Tamil Nadu. We have commissioned this play in English and Tamil because of popular demand. On 30th of December this year, you are invited to watch this play in English in Guru Nanak Auditorium. If there's any change, we'll let you know. It's an open invitation. I'll share the invite with the Honorable Swamiji to share with all of you. We also want that this project OPV 1971, which is about awakening the Indian youth to what I said, the Hydra. When I say Hydra, I'm sure you all understand. To prevent the Hydra from taking shape in India, we have to protect our youth from that. And that is the mission we are working on. I'll request all of you to join hands in this mission, what we said, join hands in spreading this word in whatever capacity you can and support Leela's mission as NCC Udan to take it forward. Thank you for your time.
I'm extremely sorry. I'm pushing the speakers to close the panel session because we are really running behind schedule. The lunch is ready to be served. Let's have lunch, and questions can be taken offline to the speakers. They are most welcome to take the questions offline. We meet again at 2 o'clock.
When you said that reconciliation should be accompanied by justice, that is well taken, and it is a
time if the audience.
General, I also heard from somebody that rape is also a strategy in war.
No. So I disagree. Rape is not a.
General, I also. General, I.
Time if the audience is willing to sacrifice 10 minutes from their time of lunchtime, then we go ahead with the questions. I hope everybody will agree to that. Yes? Yes.
Mike.
Pranam to Sadhguru, pranam to Swamiji, and respect to all the audience here. If I understood correctly, the presentation made a statement that poverty is the cause for crime. Have I understood correctly, sir? I'm asking you, sir.
Not very clear.
No, I understood from what you presented, poverty is the cause for crime. Is that correct? Have I understood correctly? Then how do you account for large-scale fraud in the economic offences area? Does it mean that rich people don't commit crime?
May I suggest? Yeah, please. It is a poverty of a different kind.
The poverty of character.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not economic poverty. Crime comes out of poverty of character
Yes.
and moral values. That can be inculcated. Maybe to some extent you can control, but 100% control is impossible. Nothing is pure in this universe which is 100% good. Always there is some contamination. Question is degree of contamination. So I felt, because I have seen economic offenses where millions have been solved by rich people. Poor fellows are in the street for one meal per day. But fellows, how do you account for it?
A classic example is Duryodhana in Mahabharata, where he has a kingdom, he's rich. He says that he does not have the pravrutti towards goodness or a nivrutti towards badness. And then, as Swamiji said, he blames the God within. So this is also an important fact that we are What university?
Good afternoon, everybody. Reverend Father Vincent Shaker. He holds 2 master's degree in Sanskrit and contextual theology and is a rare priest scholar in Jain philosophy and religion with MPhil and PhD degrees. He undertook postdoctoral research at Woodstock Theological Center, Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., and JST Santa Clara University, California. He has taught at Fordham University, New York. He was secretary for the Commission for Interreligious Dialogue in South Asian Jesuit Assistancy and an occasional consultant to the Vatican Secretariat for Jain Christian Dialogue. He is an associate professor in the Department of Philosophy, chairing the Department of Human Excellence and director of campus ministry in Arul Anandar College, Karamattur, Madurai District, Tamil Nadu, India. I request Father Vincent Shaker to please come and take his chair on the dais. I request Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan to please come. Shri Syed Sadiq Ali Shibab Thangal is expected shortly. He is the chairman of the Indian Union Muslim League. Then I request Dr. Samita Hettige to please come on stage. And Shri Brent Lee Naikar. Brent Lee Naikar is a 22-year-old South African ICCR Ministry of External Affairs scholar. With great interest in religious studies, Vaishnavism in particular, he is currently doing his master's in comparative religion with specialization in Vaishnava studies at the School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, University of Madras. In South Africa, he is in charge as a secretary, assistant director of the Vaishnava Association, whose main aim is to promote Vaishnavism and Vaishnava literature. He plans to become a professor of Vaishnavism and teach the same at the university level. Now we will start the proceedings. So I request Father Vincent to start the session.
My dear friends, good afternoon. In fact, I was really mistaken that this conference was to be held in January 8th, 9th, and 10th. And Swamiji was phoning up to me and then casually having a conversation with me, and then it came to boil down to saying that after all, this is 1 month more. I will talk to you later about this. I can certainly present something from the Christian side, from the Christian perspective. But he said immediately, "No, Father, it is day after tomorrow," he said. So I got a real shock. And then I thought, oh my God, how to go from Madurai to Chennai? But in a way, I think because of the floods, nobody was willing to come to Chennai. I got a ticket and it was waitlisted, but somehow or other, I got it because I am a senior citizen. So I'm really thankful to Swamiji for having a deep affection for me first and respect for me. The same affection and respect I have towards Swamiji. I can say many instances for these things to subscribe to what I say, but I would like to say that I am really attached to Vishnu Mohan Foundation. In that way, I am also a kind of a part of this particular foundation and also part in the heart of Swamiji. Thank you, Swamiji, for blessing me and for inviting me. My dear friends, when I just mapped through the whole programs yesterday and today, I really feel that we are not really talking in the air, especially with regard to peace and reconciliation, which normally is taken just as values of life or virtues of life. And also it has got certain spiritual, psychological foundations in our own life. True. They are having spiritual and psychological and deep down foundations actually for us to act externally, especially in a socio-religious context, in a political economic context and whatnot. So peace and justice, peace born out of justice, is a wonderful phrase that has been said. We Jesuits, we normally say peace that does justice. So this is how we slightly change it. Not only change it, we make it a kind of a osmotic process between these two terms, peace and justice. Peace that does not have justice within itself is no peace. And justice which does not have peace and compassion in this, no peace or compassion. So it is a kind of interlocutor, you can say. So that way, I found that this particular peace and justice is not just a kind of a spiritual concept, but whereas from yesterday onwards, I have been seeing that people from the social activism, especially female scholars, presenting, the whole array of female scholars, social activists, they were all there actually to talk about peace. It is not just an abstract thing. So they are actually dealing with the on-ground reality with people suffering, under pain. So I found that this is a wonderful thing that this time I found that all these female scholars, they were presenting as one session on peace and justice. And not only this, and then there were also some people who were involved in the legal side, and then they made it a kind of a courtroom here. I was making a comment on this But it is really true, no? The way people start, conversing and debating on these things. So it is on-ground reality, and justice is an on-ground reality. So I found that is really wonderful, actually. And today I found that, the ambassadors, especially the ambassadors for countries, they are bringing about peace between nationalities, how difficult it is, how diplomatic that need to be. Though these diplomats, ambassadors, and then officials and administrators, how much they also struggle with the same terms, peace and justice, I also see. And today, this forum is more for religious leaders. Religious leaders, religious leaders normally they base their arguments, they base their reflections on scriptures, on theology, on traditions, on new thinking. So it is there, actually. So I, as a Christian, and I, as a Christian priest and a Jesuit, I just scribbled just one page of my reflections from the Christian side. So I will just read it out so that it may not take much time. If I start explaining, it will take too much time, because there are other speakers also to speak to us. There are just 3 points that I would like to say. The first one is, peace is hard-earned. It's not an easy thing. It is hard-earned because it requires lots of awareness, alertness, interest, and engagement. So scripture, Bible will say, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of heaven, but only those who does the will of my Father who is in heaven, he will be able to do this. So one who does, one who is engaged, one who is not just talking but active in bringing about peace and harmony and justice. So this is the first thing that I would like to say. The second one is, at least from the Christian perspective, is peace requires education as well as exercise. This morning I heard from the educator, Professor Ranganathan, I think, and then as an educator, he was able to say something that it is education that brings peace. That is a wonderful sentence that he could make, and a kind of a summary sentence that he made. I really vouch on that. Jesus' ministry starts with the Sermon on the Mount. Many of you are aware of this Sermon on the Mount. It comes in Matthew chapter 5, 6, 7. Many people are actually captivated by that because it talks about not only ethics, but meta-ethics, more radical. I can just point out one or two here. He will say that blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. And blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. So peacemakers and peace rangers, they require actually serious education and certain seriousness with regard to spiritual exercises. Not only spiritual exercises, but exercises that involves people in society. So it is this, whether it is a forum or something else, that especially a youth forum, for instance, people have pointed it out earlier, that a special youth forum could be a kind of a prophets of peace, and they are rightly engaged in the activities of peace. All religious communities have schools and colleges in our country, and also they are all in their control and governance. Many of them are autonomous institutions, which means they have the gift of autonomy that is being provided to form their own curriculum, to have their own methods of evaluation. So this is something very, very beautiful, especially with regard to autonomous system. So we Jesuits, for instance, we have our own autonomy being exercised certainly properly. And in all our institutions, we have got a special course being offered on religions and religious harmony. It is an important course, just like any other major course of 6 credits. So it is being offered to every student. Any student who goes out of this campus has to have gone through this particular course. We in Arulanandar College, we had introduced, I designed on religious literacy and peace ethics. It's a real useful course actually. And you know, it requires lots of training the staff in that, because they are not really so much aware of what religions are and religious communities, you know, and between religious communities and many things. They are very proficient, and then, you know, we're experts on commerce, on business administration or English literature, all those things, but not in this one. So they require lots of training in these things. You know, we have certain inputs for these things in the form of PPTs, visual exercises, etc., etc. But every course class is full of interactive sessions with small exercises which form part of the continuous internal assessment. So it is this way, in this method, that we are able to pass on what peace is in this world. Peace is in the individual, in the families, and between communities. And the third one, and the last one, I would like to say from the Christian perspective, peace is an inside job. I would say that it is an attitude first. And it has to become part of the gene. I say this and insist on this because everybody, we grew from childhood being nurtured in our families and in our environment. But it all depends upon how we were brought up, how we were nurtured. So it all matters very much actually. So if you are educated and if you are exposed to peace and similar values, then it will become part of one's genes. When it becomes part of one's genes, then automatically that peace will flow from inside. So I would first say that it is first and foremost, it is an inside job. Secondly, I would say that this attitude of Jesus, which I found, is one step higher. He has got this particular attitude, an ethical attitude, which has become part of his, nurtured by Mary and Joseph, his parents, or his neighbors. It is possible because it is this that it made him say, "You have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. If you love only those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the heathens and the tax collectors do that? And if you greet only your own people, what are you doing more than others? Do not even pagans do this? And hence, be perfect. Therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect." So this attitude of is not our attitude. Our attitude is, okay, I mean, what is normally expected of ethics and moral realities, that's all. But this one, the Jesus attitudes, is one step higher. This attitude of one step higher was perhaps in the genes of Jesus. That is why he was able to say, even while dying on the cross, Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. I think the real settlement is between you and me, within family, between families and between various groups and ideologies, whether they are political or cultural or religious, between nationalities. So the Lord will say, when you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive them, so that your Father in heaven may forgive you your sins. I think Pope Francis keeps on saying this: forgiveness and non-retaliation are the first steps to peace. Thank you.
Father, we've got people waiting online. The next, we're waiting still for Sir Syed Sadiq Ali Shabab Thangal. He's on his way. So Dr. Sheikh M.A.K. Jilani, on behalf of him, we have someone who is waiting online to talk about him, who's going to be the speaker tomorrow. So just to give a small introduction before they come online, I request Professor Paneerselvam to please come to the dais. Professor Paneerselvam, former National Fellow, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi, former Chairperson, School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, and Professor and Head of the Department of Philosophy, University of Madras, has authored and edited 18 books and also published more than 90 research papers in the leading philosophical journals and anthologies at national and international levels. He has 35 years of postgraduate teaching and research experience. He has participated in more than 300 national and international conferences and seminars in Germany, Canada, Thailand, Japan, South Korea, Iran, China, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and other countries in connection with international conferences and invited lectures. Paneerselvam's field of specialization include Indian philosophical traditions, intercultural philosophy, postmodern humanities, contemporary continental philosophy, and Tamil philosophical tradition. In addition, to name a few, he is the advisory committee member of the Satya Nilayam, Chennai, Journal of Intercultural Philosophy, the associate editor of Suvidya Journal, the regional coordinator of the Council in Research, Values and Philosophy, the Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C., the member of editorial board, Journal of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi. Now, is the online member ready?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm waiting for my colleague and my friend Dr. Moin Syed to join the meeting. So I think he is waiting to be let in into the panelist section of the Zoom link. So I'm just waiting for him to come in, please. If someone can let him in to the panelist group, that will be great. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
It says, maybe you can see me now. Thank you very much. Am I able to share my slides now?
Yes, Professor, you should be able to share your slides. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Can you please confirm you are able to see these?
Yes, we are able to see it.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. My name is Saeed Mahinuddin. I'm called as Moeen by my family, and my spiritual teacher Hazrat Jilani calls me so, and so does a lot of people. So I'm really grateful and excited to be here. Firstly, I'd like to say my pranam, my namaskar to Swamiji and to all the honored guests and fellow seekers of wisdom, as we call it in our Sufi circles. And so I am here representing Hazrat Jilani, who unfortunately had to travel at a short notice, and he sends his apologies. He sends his greetings of love and peace to all of you, and I'm sure he is in spirit with us here. So with that brief introduction, I will begin. And I will begin with a prayer, the translation of which is written here. Allahumma anta salam wa minka salam wa ilayka yarji'u salam hayyina rabbana bis salam wa adkhilna al jannata dar as salam tabarakta rabbana wa ta'alayta ya zal jalali wal ikram. People of God are love personified. Swamiji and Hazrat Ji met recently, and Hazrat is full of admiration for the beautiful work being done by Swamiji through the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sri Gnana Advaita Peetham. This photograph reminded me of the famous Sufi poet Rumi, who conveys this profound wisdom of non-duality. The lamps are different, but the light is same. My task today is to convey Hazrat's message based on the profound teachings of Sufism, the mystical dimension of Islam. Islam lays the groundwork for a life adorned with virtues such as honesty, charity, and service. A disciplined human life is akin to a container capable of holding mystical experiences. This analogy stresses the critical role of moral and ethical principles in safeguarding our spiritual endeavors. Consider the symbiotic relationship between Islam and Sufism as that of a protective lantern and a delicate candle. Islam acts as the lantern shielding the candle from the winds that could extinguish its flame, especially in the early stages. This analogy underscores the importance of adherence to Islamic principles for preserving and flourishing mystical experiences. While the lantern is vital, a lantern that is not lit has no purpose. This analogy can be applied to all world religions. Unfortunately, we have become so obsessed with the lanterns that we fight and kill to prove one lantern is better than the other. However, we need to catch the point. The purpose of the lantern is to nurture the universal light within us. No matter how exquisite it looks, an unlit lantern is useless. This is the greatest injustice we do to ourselves. and it is time we realize and reconcile. In his wisdom, Hazrat Ali, the Caliph of Islam, parallels human, angelic, and beastly nature. He emphasizes the dominance of intellect in overcoming sensuality. When intellect prevails, a person ascends beyond angels. When sensuality dominates, they descend below beasts. This underscores the pursuit of higher understanding as a path to spiritual elevation. The principle of justice demands that we each allow our intellect to prevail. The question is if we are willing to do so. We got lost in material pursuits and started mistakenly believing that we are human beings having a spiritual experience, that too if we are aware. Sufis remind us that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. Hence, Sufis prioritize God and are encouraged to be absent from themselves and present in God. Hazrat reminds us to keep our hands busy with worldly duties while maintaining a heart focused on Allah, and that is called the zikr or remembrance. It exemplifies the integration of spirituality into daily life, a harmonious balance between the material and the divine. I will narrate a brief story that illustrates the 4 stages of spiritual practice as explained by Rumi. When one of his students asked him about these stages, Rumi instructed the student to go and slap 4 students in the next room. The student hesitated, but did as the master instructed. The reactions of the students he slapped revealed their spiritual states, and then Hazrat Rumi explained to the student. Well, the first student, representing Sharia, responded back by slapping the student, reflecting the principle of reciprocity. The second, symbolizing the tariqah, stopped halfway, guided by the teachings of his spiritual master. The third, who was at the level of marifa or gnosis, recognized the event as the divine will, showing curiosity about who the source was just by looking at the face. And then the fourth one, who had attained the highest level of haqiqah or the truth, remained unaffected and absorbed in his own divine contemplation. It is a journey that starts with external foundations, progresses through inner practices, delves into deeper meaning of rituals, and culminates in superior knowledge of spiritual truth. The progression from yours and mine to there is no me, there is no you, signifies a deepening understanding of selflessness, culminating in the absolute acknowledgement that all is God. Silence is the first stage of worship, and Hazrat emphasizes the importance of inner reflection. Hazrat emphasizes the power of silence in connecting with the divine and attaining spiritual clarity. The formula for success, he says, in any realm, outer or inner, is built upon growing silence and purity of one's heart. A pure heart clarifies the mind, and with this comes harmony with nature. And in this harmony, one will find success and indeed peace. Sheikh Jilani urges us to go beyond mere words, emphasizing the significance of actions. The pursuit of self-knowledge comes from a life lived in love, service, and compassion. This leads to transformative forces that open the heart to God and aid inner healing. This journey is not solitary, but guided by the wisdom of those who walk the path before us. He encourages contentment, humility, and a recognition of the transient nature of life. True wisdom lies not in what we say, but in how we live. Hazrat says that most people live in hope, fear, and anxiety, while a Sufi lives in love, peace, and joy. Valuable lessons can be drawn from what we see in the world, the result of lust and greed. The most practical way is enriching the character by giving up, or at least trying to give up, the 7 traits of pride, arrogance, envy, lust, jealousy, and backbiting. As Shams, Rumi's master, says, don't search for heaven and hell in the future. Both are now present. We are in heaven whenever we love without expectations, calculations, or negotiations. Whenever we fight and hate, we are in hell. Wisdom is linked to humility, self-awareness, and action. Rumi takes it to the utmost depth when he says, you are not a drop in the ocean, but an ocean in a drop. The metaphor of the caterpillar's transformation into a butterfly symbolizes the radical process of this transformation. If we realize each breath represents a moment of renewal for us, a chance to shed our old selves and emerge new. Hence, Hazrat often says, Dam. Every Dam that is coming is the arrival of another Adam. The question is, are we willing to acknowledge and do justice to that Dam? As we reflect on the profound teachings of Sufism, let us recognize that true life transcends the transient nature of this world. In pursuing peace, justice, and reconciliation, let us draw inspiration from these timeless principles, recognizing that the path to a harmonious world begins with the transformation of our hearts through love, and only love, service, and compassion. Let us build a world where each breath brings us closer to God and to one another. Thank you.
Any questions from the panel or from the audiences?
Any questions? Will the other speaker also be now giving his thoughts?
No, actually, we just prepared the presentation and we thought that it would be better if Dr. Moin do the whole presentation himself, because it will of the presentation. I'm here to answer any questions if we have, otherwise we will just proceed.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the speakers? I think we don't have any questions, so we will proceed now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now I request Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan to come and give his speech.
Pranams to Swamiji, pranams to Guruma. My respects to all those who are here and heard brilliant presentations on this matter. To my little understanding, Sufism is very close to Advaita Vedanta. You find a mantra in the Mundaka Upanishad that whatever you see is the essence of the same. And all religions are supposed to go towards the same target like rivers going to the ocean. Yadanadya Sagamana Samudre Astangachandi Nama Rupe Vihaya. Nama and Rupa, that is name and form, they are only temporary. That's why in the commentary on the Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad says, Evam Ekamapi Brahma Nama Rupa Upadhi Sambandham Tat Viparidam Sarvopadi Vivarchidam Upasyattvena Nyayatvena Vedanteshu Upadishyate. There are two levels. One is worship and second is realization. Worship is the step that leads to realization. And what is this realization? Sufism is very close, I told you. Advaita speaks about that only. There are 4 Mahavakyas drawn from the 4 Vedas, the Upanishads to those Vedas, and they speak of Ekam Eva Advitiyam. One, and without a second. So all things that are there in the universe are having only one spirit, a universal spirit, which is contained and named differently as humans, animals, birds, or even non-living things. There is nothing different from that one spirit. Sufism is very close to this. Now, I'm not comparing because that is one system. We respect that. Just like all roads lead to Rome. What is the ultimate target of Sadhaka? By whatever means. Because Yaya Bhakti Pusam Vipatihi Patigatmani Sa Saiva Pratyaya Jnaya Sa Sadvija Anavastita. Whatever prescription is okay for you, for that sincerely and with faith. That's why they say Shraddha Bhakti Samanvita. Shraddha is faith and Bhakti is total devotion and surrender. Follow whatever is okay for you. Because all cannot have the same route. Now, I am a thoroughly ignorant and unillumined person. I can't think of going to the level of the seers. But then what is the way for me to get out of the cyclic existence of the soul? That's why they prescribe mental discipline through pujas, mantras, japa, like that it goes. Various stages. Like we start education from LKG and maybe finally end up with the highest level in the educational career. So they're all very, very interesting points, not merely to be heard. One has to cogitate and meditate on that. That's why Sravanam is the first stage. Otherwise, we don't know what is what. Mananam is the next stage. That is internal understanding or internalization. Nididhyasanam, going to deeper contemplative meditation. And finally, you get into a state of realized soul. That's why we have got respect for our gurus, our Swamiji. They reach the stage. And Shankara says in Viveka Chudamani, and they are the pathfinders for us. They have reached a stage and they are anxious, we should also reach that stage. That's why in Sanskrit, the word guru is not meaning of teacher. Upadhyaya can be a teacher, Shikshaka can be a teacher, but guru is not a teacher of mundane things. Ugaraha andakara syat, ugaraha nivartaka. Andakara nivartitva guru iti abhidiyate. Darkness is removed by the guru. That's why you seek guru. What is this darkness? External darkness can be removed by light. But there's internal darkness that envelops what is the essential nature of an individual. The Bhagavad Gita has got that. Ajnanena avritam jnanam tena muhyanti jantavaha. All creatures are in delusion because the real knowledge, which is a fact in every being, is clouded and enveloped in avidya or ajnana or maya or having ignorance about real nature. So whatever you are following, whether it is Islam, Christianity or Sufism or Advaita or anything, because there are inter and intra-disciplinary differences. That's a different matter. Even if you talk about the spiritualism in the Hindu faith, they have got Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, and also Advaita, and Veda. All that is there. But what is your target? You should never get in the womb of mother again. That is the target common. And what is the way for that? Removal of the ignorance that is enveloping you and realize in reality what you are. This was the burden of song of Ramana Maharshi. Who am I? That was it. It's a very wonderful image. Only Swamiji can arrange this sort of a conference. I am overcome by devotion and emotion. I don't know what to say. This is an opportunity, but unfortunately only few are having that. So many people are there for whom it's available, fully available. I think there is something, whatever you give free will not have any value. That is the world. If you put a price tag for that, if you say free or complimentary, it has no value. So I don't know what to say. The way in which Father presented, actually tears came to my eyes. What is the way to gain? Because we are in misery, actually. Whatever happiness is like scratching only whatever called infection. That is not happiness at all. Happiness may be to some extent, but what is bliss? That is most important. For that, what Father represented. And this presentation was extraordinarily detailed. And I'm not a politician to use the mic, that's why I commit these mistakes. So, as a student of Advaita, I am greatly attracted. Not that others are wrong, because all systems, as they say, all roads lead to Rome. We have no quarrel about that. Internal or intra-disciplinary procedures are all acceptable. That's why I said, yaya bhavet pumsam, vipati tegatmani. No, nothing wrong. But what is the target? One may take you directly, one may take you the circuitous route, but you will reach a target, provided you are a sincere sadhaka. There is a sadhya, there is a sadhana, there is a sadhaka. How to connect the whole thing and reach the end or purpose of human manifestation. I won't say but because only manifestation of the Almighty. That is why there is no difference regarding any living being. You can also add non-living being also. I don't know whether we say they are non-living. They may be living. We have no idea about that. So the undercurrent of all these things is only that eternal spirit, for which whatever you follow, whatever is possible, whatever is appealing to you, whatever is convenient to you, whether it is circumstances or a guru or your own inclination or adaptation, everything is okay. So the way in which Swamiji has arranged for this, it opens our eyes to see, not having a very parochial view of one thing, and philosophical view of this. And you know, philosophy itself means love of wisdom. Philo, love. Sophie means wisdom, love of wisdom. And what is the meaning of wisdom? Wisdom is not getting an examination. That is intelligence. And sometimes intelligence can be dangerous. But what is wisdom? To know the difference between the truth and the untruth, the permanent and the non-permanent, nitya, anitya, vastu, viveka. This is what is called wisdom. So these sort of things, I don't know. I know perhaps a fragment of the whole thing. Even after studying 30 years of philosophy, the way in which presentations are made, I know words to thank. Only I salute Guru Ma and also Swamiji and all the scholars who have come and made presentations. So with this, I think I should say one thing. The 3 points raised by Father, very, very important, interesting, and practicable also. But it may take some effort. Because without effort, nothing happens. So all these are going to add to our progress spiritually in our life. What little time is left, no harm. There are people who have attained the moksha in 1 second. There are people who have attained moksha after several births. The Bhagavad Gita also says that Bahunam Janmanamande Janavan Mam Prapadyade Vasudeva Sarvamiti Samatma Sudurlava. Not Durlava, Sudurlava. Extremely rare. So this is an opportunity, and that's what Swamiji has given us. So I don't know, I want to know what's eloquent on this, and speakers are there who are more knowledgeable. I learned a lot. Thank you, sir, Father, and thank you for that presentation. And with this, I go to the next program.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was again asked to speak. I'm very happy about it because not even my mother listens to me when I talk. Yeah, thank you. It reminds me that soon after getting my PhD, I was invited to speak on the national radio on the national budget about 15 years ago. And I told my mother to listen. Later in the evening, I learned that she had switched off the radio and gone to the market because the vegetables will finish. So buying fresh vegetables are more important than listening to myself. Maybe that's what my mother thinks. Anyway, I was asked to say a few words on Buddhism and peace. As an average Sri Lankan, the way I understand Buddhism is that it is a way of life which promotes vanishing of greed, hatred, and fraternity. And within that broad context, there are so many sutras and stories going back to the lifetime of the Buddha, where one speaks of the Singhalovada Sutra, which discusses the responsibilities of teachers and students, parents and children, husband and wife, employer, employee, king and the subjects, etc. So on this broad subject, rather than me talking, I would be very happy if you can either bombard me with questions or ask me questions so that I can share my Sri Lankan experience. I'm quite sure that you want to talk, unlike my mother. Anything on Sri Lanka, Buddhism, peace? Yes, ma'am. Say something on Anuradhapura. Of course, geographically speaking, it's located in the North Central province. It was our capital center of administration for over 1,000 years. And then during the 30-year conflict, it was a nerve center for supply chains, military logistics. And right now, we are using the infrastructure that was left by the British rulers to show the rest of the world the infrastructure that was left by the ancient kings, and that's how we make our living at the moment. In other words, tourism. So, other than that, the Mahavihara.
Yeah.
Yes, those are actually the Mahavihara is a huge complex, and Of course, you get the Theravada and then the various sects that evolved after that. But in general, how I see it, like I see conflict resolution and prevention in everything I see. And Mahavihara was used by Sri Lankans to ensure that the grassroots are kept at peace through the observance of the Panchasila or various other sects. And I would like to add something to what the general said in the morning, and that is, Buddha has once said that for those who do not believe in Dharma, the only option is military. There's nothing. He has used the word adharmya, adharmyata, dharmyat natha. That is, there's no Dharma for those who don't believe in Dharma. Only Bala Parakram should be administered on Adharma. So General Sri Lankan security forces, when they print greeting cards for New Year and Buddha Purnima, etc., they print that line. There's no Dharma for the Adharma. It's only force that will ensure the little fraction of the society which believes in Adharma to bring it back to the mainstream. So that is my understanding. There's a wide world out there, although it's 25,000 square kilometers. Yeah.
So, sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm okay with the mic.
Yeah.
So,
He's with the army. They don't need mics.
So the concept of Mahakal, there's a deity in Buddhism by name Mahakal, right?
Yes.
So how do you kind of convey the presence of this particular deity, which represents different forms of violence and also of death and so many things, in a religion which is actually endowed with peace as its mainstay?
Actually, General, it's very good that you brought it up. According to what I have read, when the Buddha was alive, he has advised one Subrahmanya, a god, to go to the southern parts of Sri Lanka and make them civilized. And Subrahmanya is also known as Skanda. And still to this date, the southern Sri Lankans, the shrine is world famous, and irrespective of race and religion, everybody goes there to worship him. And even in China, he is known as Vaitu Skanda. And that is, I'm sure Indians are doing these fire walks, walking on fire to pay tribute to Skanda. And Sri Lankans do that in July, every July. And the Chinese are also doing it in every July. And also, additionally, Pattini, the god Pattini, is also respected. And coming back to Kali, there are so many things, and unfortunately, the reality, what I see in the society is that at the lowest levels, people, they think that Kali can help them to punish their neighbor or the opponent or the competitor. So they spend a lot of money. If you take a weekend newspaper, you should see the advertisements from these shrines, like one full page advertisement about services from Kali. I wish Kali knows that the economic strength she has. But in the end, it does not go in line with the Buddha's policy of vanishing greed, hatred, and fraternity. But at the lowest levels in the social pyramid, it is there, and it is being used, like when one gets a promotion and the other doesn't get it. Sometimes they try Kali for a change. But my belief is that good and bad has its powers. So even if you are a bad man and if you want Kali to do bad to the good man, I think even Kali will think twice. Yeah. Yeah, Skanda, Subrahmanya or Skanda or Vaitu Skanda. Oh. Kadirgamar. Yeah. So what I have read and what is believed by many in Sri Lanka is that when the Buddha was alive, he was planning his trips, and I want you to know that we were the first country to issue visa on arrival to India. We issued visa thrice to the Buddha himself. Now I'm just telling you in light away. Now I think it's free visa. Anyway, so the Buddha has advised one Subrahmanya. Maybe it's a god or a human being, I don't know. Yeah, so to go to southern Sri Lanka, who were basically living in primary living standards, probably 2,500 years ago, and ask him to protect southern people and ask him to bring them to reasonable, non-violent life. So he has done that. So when the Buddha visited southern Sri Lanka, he had met him. And there's this particular king, Dutthugamunu, who got the powers in 161 BC. He is said to be the one who constructed the shrine for Subrahmanya. He's also known as Kanda.
He's talking about Kadirgama.
That's right. Kadirgamar is actually, to my understanding, is the village dedicated to Skanda. Yeah.
That's where the temple is.
That is right. And I mean, you get so many Skanda temples in almost every temple. That is because of the Hindu influence, and our kings married Indian queens. Yeah, you can call it decentralization, you know.
Actually, the legend according to Subramania story is that Valli is a gypsy coming from the gypsy community.
Probably. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
whatever. Sometimes all of us look like tribal sometimes, no? If we lose peace.
Yeah.
So what happens is that
My mother-in-law is no more. Yeah, you can tell. Go ahead.
this volume is very high.
It's okay. Go ahead.
So what happens, being a singer, I think you have to be heard. So what I'm saying is that we believe that he went there and married Alti there.
Okay.
And that family is only now the Buddha, I mean, they take care of the worship there.
Right.
I have seen that the ladies come and do a ritual.
Okay.
And that particular Kadirgama has you can't see the idol there. There's only a.
Maybe you can use I should use the mic because you're talking something important. Don't worry about the sound. I'm used to it.
Only this way. Okay. So what happened? Sorry, I'm sort of, I should be talking, no? You should be talking, I think.
Please do. Go ahead. Yeah.
So what happened? So what happened was, whenever we go to a temple, we are able to see the statue, whether it's Buddha or Kali or Ambala. Of course, in Islam, you don't. There's no idol worship, but it's a different way of worship, the Quran or whatever. So here, you go to the temple, there is a curtain. And on that curtain, you find Subramanya and Valli Devane. And I was waiting for the curtain to open up.
Okay.
Because normally they do some decorations, then they open and show the camphor and all that. So they never opened.
You mean in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, this
They do many things behind the curtain.
this Kadirgama and Katargama. In fact, Arunagirinathar has gone and sung. So a lot of Indian saints have sung in praise of him. So they said, no, this curtain is not open. Only that the priest goes there and does some rituals and come. Recently, when I went, they said there's a yantra. And they also said somebody was so curious to go and see inside, and he lost his eyesight.
Oh, really?
So the yantra is something which is kept buried and with all the pujas and all that, then the idol is installed.
Incidentally, it reminds me of another story. There is this city in the northwestern province, which is literally known as the airship landing point, Vargiyapola. That's where they believe that Ravana landed his craft. I was talking about Sita and the DC-3. In that area, there is this temple dedicated to Vishnu. And it's coming from the Kandyan kingdom, Kandyan era. And President Premadasa, who most of you have heard of, he was assassinated in 1993. He has gifted this very expensive curtain to that shrine, which will it will hang in front of the Vishnu statue, so that the devotees could not see Vishnu direct. And on this fateful day where he was blown off, it is said that it is written in the papers as well. For some reason, that curtain had caught fire. So that particular time, the president was said, maybe it was a coincidence or what, I don't know. But that is something that reminds me. Anyway, the story is that Sri Lankans do many things behind curtains.
No, but
They're not.
when you said about Lord Buddha sending Subramania, the Subramania could have been any
good person, a good person.
No, the thing is, Lord Subramania was not there in a human form at all. He's supposed to be, we believe him to be the son of Shiva.
Same here. I don't believe he's human. Yeah.
So it could have been, he could have been
A spiritual body, astral body. Yeah. Yeah.
So that is one thing, and the other thing is, when you talk about, you spoke of Anuradhapura.
Yeah.
And when there was a deputy high commissioner here, Mr. Sumit Nakandala.
Yeah. I know him. Yeah.
So once I told him that out of all the places in Sri Lanka, I get some sort of feeling when I enter Anuradhapura.
Okay.
Because even when you are traveling from Jaffna to Colombo exactly at 6 o'clock, you can see those two viharas.
The stupas.
Yeah. So what he said was, maybe because it has been a center for learning Buddhism for so many years.
Well, some people, I have read, some people compare the positioning of the great big three stupas to the positioning of the great pyramids in Egypt. And also some pyramids in South America. So there may be similarities, but it's good to talk history. But in the case of Sri Lanka, I want them to forget history and go forward. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
That's it. She could.
Yeah, she has. No, this Professor Lakshmi, I think, raised her hand. Yeah. She was, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Because you spoke about the history of Buddhism.
Yes, ma'am.
One question with regard to the development of Buddhism in the mainland.
Okay.
Yeah, this with regard to the way Buddhism developed and it was used during the unfortunate period of the civil war in the 1980s and so on. We were witness to that. The kind of association of Buddhism in India has changed radically. It is now reclaimed by people who are depressed and they are claiming themselves as Adi Buddhists. Okay, there's a whole theorizing on that.
You're asking me a question?
No, I'm telling you, on the other hand, in Sri Lanka, you will have to explain how the development of Buddhism and the use of Buddhism by Sinhalese militants who were reported, even the Buddhist monks, you see, who were there in the forefront in Colombo in the killing of Tamil civilians, which was reported in the UN report, you see. I have read about it and people have presented on this. So we have a very different view of religion as it is being embedded in political religious situations. So the kind of Buddhism or Hinduism that we have in mind, as Dr. Selar has in mind, may be very different from the way it operates in the thing. And because you come from Sri Lanka, I just want to know what is the way in which it was used during the civil war. That is my question.
During the civil war?
Yes. And the reports, the UN reports.
Okay. Well, not only UN reports, I think there may be several reports. And recently, also they were talking about some of these Buddhist monks who are, I would say, extreme, a bit extreme. So Buddhism, as you know, is a way of life. And you use the word how it developed. I don't know whether it prevailed, decreased, or developed. But the philosophy, to my understanding, if anybody wants to get a good understanding of the Buddhist philosophy, they should read what Westerners have written about Buddhist philosophy. And then only my understanding is that, especially the so-called Sinhala Buddhists should read books on Buddhism written by Western scholars. Then they'll get a better understanding. During the conflict, it was used by many fractions to fuel the conflict, which shouldn't have been done. And to this day, there are Tamil Buddhists, and as I said, the most powerful king before colonization built 5 monasteries, and which are till today the leading monasteries training Buddhist monks, and his mother was a Tamil. Right? So even to this day, there are Buddhist monks who come out and give voice cuts about different incidents. Like I'll take the latest. There are so many archaeologically important sites in northern and eastern provinces of Sri Lanka, because the Tamils or the people who lived there in the past centuries, they believed, they understood Buddhist philosophy. And now things have changed. Ground reality is different. So archaeology people, they try to allocate hundreds of acres for a particular site. But whereas over time, people have started cultivating and started schools and civilizations in those areas. So it's not fair to relocate those people. This is my view. What we should do is educate those people and like allocate maybe 5 or 10 acres. You understand the word acres, right? Like hectares, right? And develop them as tourist locations rather than, creating another conflict using such locations. So I think that should be the path we have to go forward, because during the past 30 years, different people use Buddhism in different ways, which I refer to Sinhala Buddhists on many occasions as the Toyota Hiace Rukmani model. If you don't understand, Toyota is an international brand. Hiace is a minibus that they developed. And Rukmani model is a van that was the brand new model in 1978, where this famous actress Rukmani Devi died. She was traveling in one of those when she died. And by now, the Rukmani model is nowhere in the world. Buddhism is like Toyota, allow me to take a brand name. It's fast developing with the global community, economy, protecting the environment, you name it. But the Rukmani model still runs, eating a lot of oxygen and, pollution and all that. So the Sinhala Buddhists should develop, this is my understanding. You may quote me anywhere because I'm in the YouTube saying, comparing the Sinhala Buddhists to the Toyota Hiace Rukmani model. But yeah. Yes, sir.
The question is, how different is Sinhala Buddhism from the original Indian Buddhism?
Can you kindly repeat? You can use the mic.
How different is the Sri Lankan Buddhism from the Indian Buddhism?
There's
Where it originated?
Okay. There shouldn't be a difference, and as you all know, in the 50s, Dr. Ambedkar wanted Sri Lankan monks to come to India to educate Indians on Buddhist philosophy. But for political reasons, our politicians, especially the Bandaranaike, Mr. Bandaranaike, who got assassinated, he had told the monks not to go. Right? So Ambedkar is a well-respected man, and I personally respect him so much. So my understanding is that there's nothing called Sri Lankan Buddhism, and of course, take the Toyota example. That's the only thing I can take. But Indian Buddhism, that philosophy originated with the individual Siddhartha Gautama in India or Nepal, and the message was spread by Emperor Asoka. I take this opportunity to thank Emperor Asoka once again, as I've done on many occasions. And on several occasions in Malaysia and Sri Lanka, I have questioned because people, Sri Lankans believe in rebirth. You know, I'm sure some of you may believe in rebirth. So and also they think that Buddha had the power to see the future, you know, and Buddha had. They say that Buddha has predicted that I will visit Sri Lanka and my philosophy will remain there, right? Probably till the next one arrives, that the Maitri, the Buddha. But my question is, didn't he see Singapore? Didn't he see Switzerland? Those are the questions that comes to my mind. But on the other hand, maybe because he came there only, we are still prevailing. Otherwise, we would have killed each other and finished off 22 million in maybe 2-3 months. Yeah. No. Outstanding personalities can always sit.
I think that's just good and steady. So the thing is, it's not a question, just to add on something like the 12th century poet Jayadeva, out of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, one avatar is Buddha.
Okay.
And in most of the Buddhist worshipping places, viharas, there is always a Vishnu Murti is there. Vishnu Murti is there, and what he mentioned, the Patini Deyo, because during the 2nd century when Shenkutan, Shera king to Shenkutuan built the temple for Kannagi.
Okay.
I don't remember the name of that king. He was Ellala, I don't know. Ellala. He came, he was also invited for this Kumbhabhishekam, and he was so impressed by this historical life of Kannagi. He took this Patini concept, and every Buddhist temple has this Patini Deyo. One sanctum sanctorum for.
According to what I have read, I mean, I have been reading on conflict prevention, you know. Please sit.
Yeah.
And
it's like a dialogue we're having.
Yeah.
So I thought.
So on Patini, the Chinese worship goddess Mazu, M-A-Z-U, and some people compare Patini to Mazu as well. But probably, yeah. And when originally when Arahat Buddha came thrice, and so initially it was an elite thing. Philosophy was an elite thing, and then Emperor Asoka's son came and established the administration. Initial archaeological artifacts, very especially the entrance stone to the temples, they have the elephant, the lion, horse, and the swan, right? So then later on, with Hindu influence, people moved the cow out of the thing. Sorry, I said elephant, horse, cow, and the swan. So the cow was removed, and our kings continued marrying Indian women, you know, the queen princesses. And yes, so the king used to go to the Buddhist shrine, which didn't have dedicated shrines for Hindu gods. That is what I have read. And later on, because the first lady also had to go, I mean the queen, they had to construct shrines dedicated to all the gods. On the question of the avatar, I mean, my belief is that great people, they continue and they don't fight with each other, right? They work in united for the cause of human. Indeed. So that's my understanding.
One more, something I read recently was very interesting after this Ponniyin Selvan, which was released recently. It said that King Ashoka, the priority was not to send his son Mahinda to maybe one of the agendas could have been spreading, taking Buddhism there. But as you know, they have many wives, and he felt that one of the wives could assassinate his son.
Okay.
Because each lady wants their son to take
It's not new because this the powerful king whose mother was a Chennai lady and father was a Sri Lankan. He had 3 sons and a daughter. the youngest son in the mid 1400s, married a Persian girl and settled in China. So his offspring are still there in China. So if we want royalty, we can import from China. So that's on the kings. But my belief is that we have to move forward. And as I mentioned in my speech in the morning, this Donamo Commission had the ability to see Sri Lanka from top. So they could see the players and how they interacted. They suggested mechanisms to avoid conflicts, prevent conflicts. Unfortunately, my people, they neglected that and continued with the conflicts. So my belief, you may agree, you may not agree with me, that in Sri Lanka, the official language should be English. Language of administration should be English. And our constitution says that it will give foremost place to Buddhism. That sentences should also be removed. Where Buddhism is a subject for the individual. Vanish greed, hatred, and paternity, and reach moksha or nirvana. Am I? Yes. So I think, yeah.
When you see you have the Buddhist country or Christian country like that, it's been segregated, no? So,
Yeah, I think that is what has been done in the recent decades, the centuries maybe. That shouldn't be the case. It's one big humanity. Anyway, thank you for listening. I must tell my mother that the Indians are interested in listening.
the great industrialist Mahavira, who said that you can easily solve this problem by installing a Buddha statue in all Hindu temples.
Maybe good idea, but let's listen to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Hedigate. You kept us really thought-provoking statements with a lot of humor in it. It's a great pleasure to welcome Sri Syed Sadiq Ali Shabab Tangal. He's a member of the Koya family of Panakkad, South Malabar. I hope I've got the pronunciation correct. He is the son of PMSA Koya Tangal and the younger brother of Muhammad Ali Tangal, Umar Ali Tangal, and Haider Ali Tangal. He's associated with Samasta Kerala Sunni Students Federation and Sunni Yuvajana Sangam, the student and youth wings of the EK faction of Samasta Kerala Jamia Al-Ulma, the principal Sunni Shafi scholarly body in Kerala, and the Youth League, the youth wing of the Indian Union Muslim League. He also served as the Malappuram District President, Indian Union Muslim League, for over a decade. Sri Syed Ali Tangal was chosen as the successor to Haider Ali Tangal as the Kerala State President, Indian Union Muslim League in 2022. He also serves as the Chairman, National Political Advisory Committee, Indian Union Muslim League. He is also Vice President, Maunatul Islam Sabha, Ponnani, President, Nurul Huda Islamic College, and Chairman, Islamic Center, Kozhikode. He is also the member of the Executive Committee of the Samasta Mata Vidya Bhasha Sabha. I now request him to come and give his speech.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries and esteemed participants. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the individuals who lost their loved ones in the recent flood in Chennai. May their souls rest in peace. I was worried that this program might be postponed further due to the disaster that happened here. But thankfully, it hasn't, thanks to the Almighty God. I'm extremely happy to attend the 8th annual conference on peace and reconciliation hosted by the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham. The concept of the program is more than important in the new world over. The whole world has been chanting for peace in the past 2 months. We are witnessing Palestine suffering heavy bombardment and brutal killings. We can't just watch the brutality and do nothing. The world is waiting to hear news of peace and an end to the painful attacks on the innocents. We have to raise our voices and stand to make a beautiful world for them and the generations to come. Our world is divided by borders, but the divide among human herds is the worst. Leaders of nations must try to encourage peace and harmony with their people. A more peaceful world will lead to more beautiful innovations. Free land and peaceful minds will change the world in a good way. We are different individuals with different interests and ideas and cultures. However, we can be united. In India, we say unity in diversity. As long as we have a voice in society, we have the responsibility to foster harmony and peace. We must act as messengers of peace and be there to build bridges between communities. In the face of adversity, it becomes imperative for us to join hands, exchange ideas, and strive towards a collective vision of harmony. I thank Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham for organizing this event. This program must be an inspiration for more. A year ago, we conducted these kinds of programs in all districts of Kerala, major cities of India, and Dubai, Abu Dhabi, etc. People and community leaders have praised us for creating a common platform for different people. They spoke highly of the event and encouraged us to continue it. I have been waiting for this day ever since Swami Sri Hariprasad Ji invited me to the event. We have the responsibility to be available for the event to promote the values of peace, and we also have to engage in the practical aspects of reconciliations. Our tireless efforts will create positive change. As we convene here, let us reflect on the importance of reconciliation, both on personal and global scales. Reconciliation is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the deliberate and courageous act of building bridges between communities, ideologies, and nations. It involves acknowledging our differences, seeking common ground, and most importantly, understanding that peace is a shared responsibility. In our pursuit of peace, let us also recognize the power of dialogue. open and respectful conversations have been the potential to break down barriers and pave the way for understanding each of us. Each of us, irrespective of our background or beliefs, has a role to play in creating a world where dialogue triumphs over discord. In conclusion, let this conference serve as a testament to our collective commitment to peace and reconciliations. May the discussions held here today inspire us to act as agents of positive change, fostering unity in diversity and building bridges that connect hearts and minds. Thank you to the organizers and each one of you for being part of this transformative journey towards a more peaceful and reconciled world. Together, we can turn the vision of global harmony into a reality. May peace prevail on earth. Thank you. You're welcome.
Sapani,
Swamiji has come. Most revered and respected Swamiji, my humble pronouns to Sadguru, Guruvai Varuvai Arulvai Kugane. These lines are from Arunagirinada's Kandaranubhuti. We are having the 8th National Peace and Reconciliation Conference. And Swamiji has chosen an excellent theme, that is peace born of justice. The theme note which Swamiji has sent to us is quite interesting. And when I asked Swamiji, who has prepared that beautiful theme note, Swamiji said it is Raj Mohan. Hope he is listening to me in YouTube or Facebook, because the theme note is wonderful and it covers the entire perspective with regard to peace and reconciliation. And what is fascinating is that in that theme note, we come across an excellent sub-theme namely the concept of other, which would be my theme for discussion. Now, when Swamiji conceives this idea, namely that peace is born out of justice, there is a point which we can think of, that is, in an unjust society, there cannot be peace. That is the implication of the statement. So in an unjust society, there cannot be peace among the members of the society. In other words, in an unjust society, there is no equality. Because equality as right is emphasized in our Indian Constitution, Fundamental Rights, Article 14 to 17. For stability, citizens must have a sense of justice. In the Western context, it was John Rawls who has emphasized the significance of justice by saying that justice strikes a balance between altruism and claims of self, and therefore involves the notion of reciprocity. In fact, in Rawls' theory of justice, there are two strands. One is justice as contract and justice as cooperation. In fact, Rawls argues that justice as cooperation, he says, is very important for the human society. And he says that inequality is wrong because it is betrayal of the relationship of cooperation. And of course, we have our Indian thinker, Amartya Sen, who has very beautifully stated the significance of social justice in the context of peace. There are two different ways of approaching the concept of justice, which was attempted by both Rawls as well as Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen's notion of justice is based on the consequential approach, whereas in Rawls, we see the deontological approach, where he was very much influenced by Kant. But the concept of justice is very old, which we can see both in Indian and Western tradition, especially in Greek tradition. It was Plato who says that justice is same both for the individual and the society or state. Justice, according to him, in the state is justice for the individual, and he believes that justice is nothing but the product of everyone staying in his place and doing his special task. That's why he talks about the division of labor and all that one. I'm not elaborating that. So it is the harmony of the virtues of temperance, courage, and wisdom. Further, Plato says that since the state is made up of the individual, he says society is nothing but collection of individuals. As McKeever, the famous sociologist, says, society is nothing but the web of human relationship. So Plato long back said that since state is made up of the individual, it is also necessary that each individual should get his or her share. In fact, the Constitution of India says that social, economic, and political justice is common to all. There cannot be any difference with regard to one individual or the other. So this means justice is often identified with equality. This is necessary for the existence and prosperity of society. If we want to develop a society which is harmonious or which would be harmonious, then we have to take into account the concept of equality. That is, we should be in a position to treat others as equal. The Tamil sage Thiruvalluvar is relevant, I would say, in the context of socio-economic and political justice. The society which is unequal on the basis of haves and have-nots, higher and lower, need the philosophy of Thiruvalluvar for its social emancipation. And in fact, in Western tradition, it has been beautifully said that the concept of justice is nothing but fairness. This means that every person should be treated with fairness. This is a conception which is derived from Rawls' theory of justice. And it recommends, that is, Rawls recommends that equal opportunities to similar individuals and offering the highest possible benefits to the less advantageous member of the society. So what is focused here is that how do we treat others? Am I treating the other as equal to me? This is a question which is very important. And that alone can solve many of the problems which we face in day-to-day life. So I would be talking from the Western point of view, wherein the concept of other is celebrated notion. Professor Indra is here. She's a well-known literature come philosopher. He's a great English professor, but well-versed in philosophical discourse. She's very much familiar with postmodern tradition. So I would like to see the problem of the other from the standpoint of postmodern understanding. One thinker who has talked about the notion of other is Habermas, because Habermas is a well-known philosopher who has contributed substantially for the social upliftment and social progress. He talks about the inclusion of the other and the symmetrical understanding that exists between one and the other. Which means, when I am discussing something with my friend, I should treat him equally. This is what we call the symmetrical relation that exists between A and B. But most of the time, he says that this symmetrical relation is absent because the speaker always takes the upper hand. This is what is happening in classroom lectures, for example. The teacher, madam is there. The teacher always thinks, of course, to some extent that's also true, the teacher always thinks that she or he knows better than the student, and students will not be allowed to ask questions and all. So what I'm trying to say is that asymmetrical relation has been playing a very important role in the public sphere, whether it is classroom or outside the classroom or society, wherever it is. So Habermas talks about the inclusion of the other, and he says that that should be what is known as a symmetrical relation that exists between the one and the other. This concept of the other, which has been emphasized by Habermas, has been playing a very important role in the Western context, and many of us try to apply this in Indian context and see how far this could be accommodated. When I met Habermas in Frankfurt University in the year 2000, I was discussing this with him, how this, the concept of asymmetrical relation or symmetrical relation, which he has developed through what is known as ideal speech situation, could be adopted in Indian situation. Of course, he gave a wonderful answer. For want of time, I'm not elaborating that. So he has developed what is known as the emancipatory interest. This is a very fascinating term which is used, emancipatory interest, wherein there is always a move from what is to what ought to be. That is, the individual has a goal, this is what ought to be, and he should move from what he is to what he ought to be. So this is what is known as the emancipatory method of interest, how the society can be emancipated, how the society can be solved. The emancipation here could be understood in Indian terminology, the moksha or liberation or salvation, something like that. So the notion of the other could be understood by studying different problems in human society. For example, the concept of or the problem of the suffering of the refugees, for example. The refugees, we come across Sri Lankan refugees, Myanmar refugees, different kinds of refugees are staying in India, and the problem of peace could be understood in the context of refugees, because the refugees, they belong nowhere and they can do nothing but remember people who are no more with them. In fact, Hannah Arendt, Professor Indra knows very well the philosophy of Hannah Arendt. She talks about what is known as depoliticization of the dark times in which there is loss of framework. I would like to quote one of our interesting passage, which in one of our article entitled "We Refugees," which was published in 1943, she says, "We lost our home." I'm quoting her. "We lost our home. We lost our occupation and our language. We left our relative, and our best friends have been killed in concentration camps." So the refugees are stateless people. And if we want to understand the notion of peace, we should see how the concept of refugees, for example, this is one concept, and there is also, yesterday we have been talking about forgiveness. These are some of the concepts which could be related to the notion of peace and reconciliation. There are two horrors of 20th century. One is Nazism. We know how it spoiled the human society. A philosopher like Heidegger, who was very much influenced by Nazism, though he is a very great philosopher, there are certain problems with regard to the method which he has followed. So the two horrors of 20th century, one is Nazism and the other is Stalinism. So in this context, it is very essential for us to read or reread the concept of peace. How do I understand the concept of peace? I would like to understand the concept of peace by using two important notions. One is the concept of solidarity, and the other is hospitality. In fact, in the recently edited volume, for which I was a guest editor, published by the Satyanilayam Research Institute, they have organized a seminar on solidarity and hospitality. I edited the papers. So this concept was the main theme, that is solidarity and hospitality. Now, what do we mean by solidarity? In solidarity, we are in search for the commonness or unity among human beings and also with the non-humans. And in hospitality, we start with the assumption that we have to extend our hands to the people who are known as well as unknown to us. Right? There are thinkers like Levinas, Emmanuel Levinas, a postmodern philosopher, and Jacques Derrida, and many others argue that hospitality towards the other is an essential qualification necessary for a human being. In short, if you are a human being, then you should extend the hospitality to the other, whether he's a known person or unknown person. And in fact, it is said that to be a human is to be hospitable in all occasions and situations. Indian culture, of course, emphasized the need for hospitality from the ancient time onwards. The maxim Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future, all of us know, is the slogan for the G20 presidency, wherein it is said that life, whether it is human being, animal, or plant, or microorganisms, and their interconnections should be understood properly with a dictum that earth, we have only one earth. So the need of the hour is to protect this earth. So here, what is stressed in Indian tradition, that is especially in this the maxim, Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, is that we are all members of one family and we are always united, and there is one net, so we have to preserve the earth. So this implies that there is the notion of the other, which is very important. And when we extend the scope of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, one can say that this means the entire world or cosmos is one family. So in Tamil literature, this has been discussed at length. That is, these two concepts, namely solidarity and hospitality, is discussed very well, especially in Sangam literature. Purananuru talks about Yadum Ure Yavarum Kelir, which considered that the entire universe is our place and everyone in this universe is our people. Similarly, the Tamil sage Thiruvalluvar also talks about the importance of hospitality, otherwise known as Virundombal. In the chapter on hospitality, that is Virundombal, he says that the guests have to be received with courtesy and kindness. So hospitality begins at home, and it is a gift and the joy to practice hospitality, not only with friends, this is very important, not only with friends, but also to strangers. This is very much emphasized in the postmodern tradition. And the notion of hospitality implies the welcoming of the stranger, which has been emphasized very well in postmodern tradition. And as I said just now, two great thinkers, Levinas and Derrida, talks about the notion of hospitality in details, and they say how we have to welcome the stranger. Levinas, in his well-known work, Totality and Infinity, shows that my welcoming of the other is the ultimate fact. So hospitality, in other words, is a response to the infinite responsibility, and it has to be remembered that the human nature is such that hospitality is an essential factor in human life. In the writings of Immanuel Kant also, we see that the hospitality is a reasonable act of an autonomous will, which is implied in the categorical imperative. Now, when we are talking about the other, the notion or the concept would be very clear if you understand that there is what is known as openness to the other. So this means the other may be the unknown other, but it is a responsibility of a human being to embrace the other, the well-known other. So when we are talking about the other concept which comes to our mind is identity. Identity over the other. Though these are not two opposite terms, sometimes the word identity comes to one's mind when we are thinking about other. Now, identity, the concept of identity has been playing a very dominant role in socio-political arena as well as in philosophical discourse, because in 1990s that concept has become very familiar. The concept of identity, I mean, because this is a central theme in cultural studies during 1990s. For example, in the cultural politics of feminism, gay rights, and also in multiculturalism, the political and philosophical discourse is based on the notion of identity. And the notion of identity, there is always a discursive construction. That is the descriptions of ourselves with which we identify and which we have emotionally invested. In other words, if, for example, we talk about Tamil identity, I closely move with my Tamil friends. So what I'm trying to say is these are the identities are nothing but discursive constructions, because automatically I'm developing, let me say, an affiliation with my own Tamil friends. So while identities are matters of culture rather than nature, this does not mean that one can easily replace these ethnic or sexual identities which are playing a dominant role in human society. And one of the important ways of understanding identity, there are three ways of understanding identity. One is an enlightened subject, which Descartes and others spoke. And then there is what is known as the sociological subject. And the third is a de-centered subject, that the individual is lost. That is the de-centered subject, which is very famous in postmodern tradition. Now, in the de-centered subject, the individuality is lost. It is otherwise known as the fragmented or de-centered self is composed not of one, but of different, several shifting, which are contradicting nature. What I'm trying to say is that when we are talking about the identity, it is inevitable that we talk about what is known as a de-centered subject. Now, de-centered subject is nothing but changing the situation. That is, we are not fixing our identity at one place. That's why I said there is contradictory identities. There is always several shifting in identity. So Levinas talks about there is a responsibility towards the other, the responsibility for the other, the concern for the other. I cannot exist without the other. So the responsibility is the proximity of the other. Responsibility actually does not come from fraternity, but fraternity denotes responsibility for another. So this is what Levinas calls radical responsibility. The radical responsibility is nothing but the essential, primary, fundamental mode of subjectivity. So only in this radical responsibility, there is what is known as recognition. In fact, Levinas would say that no one can save himself without the other, which means I cannot exist without the other. This is what it implies. Though responsibility here is a bond, a response, or a recognition. In fact, we find in Western tradition, philosopher Hegel talking about the concept of other. He says that there is always an intimate relation that exists between the master and the servant. The master always needs the help of the servant. So the inseparable relation that exists between master and servant, which he gives a parallel. So in this parable, wherein it is argued that one needs the existence of the other. And also, if we come to the philosophy of phenomenology, the phenomenological school of thought, there is what is called the heterophenomenology, wherein it is said that I must strive for others, that I have every responsibility towards the other. So this means my suffering, of course, is important, but at the same time, you have the concern for the other. You cannot neglect the other, because only in heterophenomenology, for want of time, I'm not developing this concept. The heterophenomenology, there is a human responsibility. There is a intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivity is possible provided the other is there. Provided I am ready to listen to the pains and sufferings of the other. So there is always the marginalized the other. Women, for example, gay and the people of color are separated from the patriarchal, heterosexual, and white society. So there are thinkers like Richard Rorty, who has emphasized this in detail. And Richard Rorty, American pragmatist philosopher, says that we must develop the solidarity with the notion that there is always the concept of we, W-E in quotes, that we is something which we create, which means they are the conversational partners. Without them, I cannot exist. So our conversational partners are very important. So there is a diversity which cannot be neglected, and we cannot marginalize the other. We cannot marginalize the downtrodden, and the horizon of the we is very important. And keeping this in mind, we have to see how thinkers like Gadamer and others have elaborately discussed. Foucault also talks about we is very much essential for community formation, because the solidarity is a universal concept which we have to develop, and there is a need for our extending our responsibility to the other. So with this background, I'll take another 5 minutes. Is that time? Yeah, I'll complete. So we have to develop the concept of hospitality in the context of Derrida, because Derrida has developed, he has written one interesting book, a small book, Hospitality. Madam knows, Professor Indra knows. Hospitality, the title of the book is Hospitality. And he argues that ethics is hospitality. Ethics is hospitality. That is stressing the word is. In fact, it is put in italics. So it is not merely ethics is hospitality. Ethics is hospitality. And while developing his argument, he says hospitality is ethics. So one is, yeah. It's on you to speak now.
So I would like to thank Dangal sir for coming and joining us, fighting all the obstacles on the way and coming. Shows a very great commitment to peace and to interfaith unity. I've known him for the past 3 years, and he's always been like this, sarcastic and smiling and very positive presence. So he and me are involved in a communal harmony group in Kochi, and when I went, I saw him. It was quite a long drive, but I saw him and I began. He received me along with his devotees very hospitably, and we wish that. Unfortunately, I'm not well, so I've gone downstairs. I haven't gone to the room. So then, by the time I got news that you had come, the talk was over. But seeing it on YouTube will give me all the information. Oh, it's a pleasure of hearing you. And I'm sorry that I missed that. But I hope that you will continue to play very positive role you play towards bringing all the communities together to ensure that nobody is hurt by anybody's silly words, and that Kerala should grow and once more become that garden of communal harmony that it used to be. Thank you once again very much for having me.
I will come. Please.
Request Mr. Thangal to receive the memento from Swamiji.
Sir.
പക്ഷെ കോഴിക്കോട് മെയിൻ പ്രോപ്പർ കോഴിക്കോട്
Nobody has taken this kind of compassion. And it is continuously without any support, without any further educational Here there is an intervention destabilizing the hierarchical structural priorities of each particular construction. In fact, it is interesting to note in philosophical discourse, ethics of hospitality or ethics is hospitality can be seen in the method of deconstruction itself. There is one author, Professor Indra knows, John Capito. He, in his work, Deconstruction in Nutshell, he argues that we have to see the concept of hospitality from the philosophical standpoint. What does this mean? All of us know that it is the deconstructive method of philosophizing rejected or transcended all the existing forms of philosophizing. So John Capito, by showing this, argues that philosophy now welcomes, right, the concept of hospitality here extended, which means by rejecting all the existing forms of forms of philosophizing like rationalism, empirism, idealism, all kinds of isms are transcended, and we are now open for a new methodology. So that itself should be considered as hospitality in philosophy. Then the last point, with that I close, I just take 1 minute. I just skip some passages, and then while deconstructing the notion of hospitality, Derrida raises the following questions. In the act of hospitality, who is the host and who is the guest? Who is assisting who? Who gives and who receives? These questions are very important, since he relates these questions with the notion of gift and theater. And by concluding or by saying that ethics is hospitality or hospitality is ethics, he shows that in Western philosophical discourse, especially in postmodernism, madam, that ethics is celebrated, not metaphysics. And here I would like to quote one author, William Sweet. Swamiji knows him very well. He is from Canada. He also visited Sri Pidam. He wrote a very beautiful article with the title Immigration and the Virtue of Hospitality is the title of the article. He examines the role of hospitality from the standpoint of religion as well as cultural tradition. And he says that the necessity of understanding hospitality is a moral practice. So this means we should consider hospitality as a moral virtue. And it is and in this context, he wants to show that immigration is very important in the context of hospitality. And further, William Sweet argues that hospitality is a product of global or cosmopolitan approach in political philosophy during the last 30 decades. This means there is a close relation that exists between hospitality and immigration. In fact, we have invited Professor William Sweet for the Indian Philosophical Congress meet for the next week, but there is an immigration problem, so he could not come. So this relation, the relation that exists between hospitality and immigration is something very important, and that has to be seen in a broader perspective, especially from postmodern perspective, so that we can extend the scope of peace to friendship, host, guest, unfamiliar persons, stranger, refugees, etc. So with this, I conclude, and my last statement is hospitality is not merely a moral virtue, but moral practice, but a virtue which each and every one of us should practice. Thank you very much. I thank my revered Swamiji for giving me this wonderful opportunity for making this presentation, because this is a new approach which I am doing now in the philosophical discourse, especially in the postmodern discourse. And I thought that this would be an ideal place because scholars like Professor Indra are here, who are well known with this concept. So thank you, Swamiji, and pranam to Sadhguru. Thank you very much.
I think, sir, your speech, it is very relevant for diplomatic relations and modern day negotiations. And then beyond Western philosophy, there is one concept of Moi Virundu. Where you keep anonymity when you help and your hospitality.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
I request Mr. Narasimhan, Treasurer of SVMF, to come and please honor Dr. Paneerselvam.
Deva Sindhoho Ramanujascha Charano Charanam Prabhadhye. I'd like to thank Swamiji and Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for giving me this opportunity to talk on the concept of equality within philosophy and religion. This is my second article being presented. My first article was presented, I think, in the month of July to the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation on the occasion of the national seminar on Ramanuja. And yet again, I have picked Ramanuja as a central topic for the concept of equality within philosophy and religion. Inequality, the concept of unjust distribution of opportunities and resources to a particular sect, caste, or gender, can be traced since the beginning of mankind in all civilizations. It can be found within social, economical, and religious aspects within concepts such as casteism, untouchability, gender discrimination, class inequality, religious discrimination, and racism. The very history of the world has inequality, has its central concept, which is used as an aid in looting wealth from one nation to another nation with the prime motive of personal growth. Religion, which by definition is not inclusive of all, was reformed over time to include all people, irrespective of social, economical, and linguistic aspects. This article will focus on Ramanuja, the 10th century religious and social reformer, whom ensured that religion has been inclusive of all people, irrespective of social and economical life. Firstly, we will look at the concept of inequality within the world, and afterwards we will look at the concept of inequality within religion. Inequality is a plague that affects every part of the world. History itself mentions detailed accounts of how inequality was normalized and made a part of daily life in order to brainwash people into thinking their inferiority was accepted by science. Inequality does not find its roots with the white Europeans taking over the African blacks with interrelation conflicts. Rather, it finds its origin within Africa, whereby the African indigenous tribes had enslaved members of their own race. So, using science of the human biotomy, it was deemed that African tribal groups in South Africa were not fit to be called human, and thus would be treated equally to animals and denied all rights and facilities to which they were entitled. The white race believed that they were God sent to rule over the world, and hence the Black African race was subservient to them. The use of religious propaganda further normalized the concept that the white race has been ordained by God to rule over the world. Hence, the rule of apartheid was created within the South African legislation in the year 1940 to normalize inequality with racial segregation in terms of legislator, living spaces, and most importantly, freedom. Non-white individuals, being Indian and Blacks, were subjected to abuse and lacked basic rights such as the right to freedom of movement, the right to freedom of speech, and at times the right of life was denied. In the year 1893, a lawyer named Mohandas Karachand Gandhi had visited South Africa. Dada Abdullah, who was from Porbandar, Gujarat, had known Mahatma Gandhi quite well. In order to resolve a family commercial lawsuit, Mr. Abdullah ensured Mr. Gandhi to arrive in Durban and was asked to travel from Durban to the port city, to Pretoria, the administrative capital of apartheid South Africa. Mr. Gandhi had purchased a first-class seat, but midway through his journey to Pretoria, the Indian lawyer was surprised to find himself being told that he does not belong in the first class due to his race and had to go through second class. Mr. Gandhi refused, citing he was a well-respected lawyer from London, and such treatment should not be subjected to him. However, the Inner Temple lawyer was surprised to find himself being thrown out of the train at Pietermaritzburg station. The Apartheid Separate Amenities Act of 1953 did not allow for Indians or Blacks to use the same amenities reserved for whites. Refusal to follow the Separate Amenities Act will lead to imprisonment for long terms, sometimes without informing the defaulters' families. This is the sad history of inequality in the world just 29 years ago. South Africa has only received its democratic status 29 years ago. My age is 22. So just 7 years before I was born, the concept of inequality was there in South Africa. How I would explain the Separate Amenities Act would be, they literally had chairs and seats that were there. And the chairs and seats will literally have whites only. So only a white person was entitled to sit on that. If an Indian or a Black person had to sit on that, then they would have been given the status of a defaulter and would be imprisoned for that, and not for a short time. We're not talking about a few months or a few days. They were imprisoned for years on end. So this is the sad history of the country which I come from. The concept of inequality was unheard of. Yet, 1007 years back, in the temple town of Sri Perumbudur, which is, I think, roughly 100 kilometers from where we are, near to the temple of Adi Keshava Swami, was born a social reformer, thinker, and philosopher named Ramanuja, who had the concept of equality deeply embedded in his heart, and it had been visible within his works and actions. Now that we've seen inequality, inequality exists almost in every country. But I don't feel that I have the right to pick on other countries' inequality. I think that being a South African, it's best I stick to South African inequality. Now that we looked at inequality within the world, let us look at the concept of inequality within religion, because religion itself at times was used as a tool to support inequality. The concept of equality within religion is not a familiar concept to religion. The personifications of religion need not include equality within it, as by definition, religion is not circular. There is not a single religion in the world that offers equality to all of its followers, irrespective of sex and social concerns. Within Hinduism, there was a sectarian practice that prohibited lower castes from entry into its religious institutions. This was not a new practice that had been introduced. However, it can be traced till the Vedic eras. Such practices were not only limited to Tamil Nadu, but was practiced in various parts of India. Ramanuja, being greatly influenced by saints and sages prior to his reign, set out to ensure that people, irrespective of castes, were given equal rights of entry into religious institutions. So, religious institutions prior to Ramanuja had felt that they have a right to deny people the right to enter into temples. I will give two instances, one from Dravida Veda, which is very famous in Tamil Nadu, and one from the actual Veda Marga, which has been practiced in other parts of India. So in terms of Dravida Veda, there is this person called Tiruppan Alvar. Tiruppan Alvar was born in the town of Urayur, which is roughly 10 kilometers away from the temple of Sri Rangam, which is located in Trichy. Tiruppan Alvar was not allowed to enter the temple because he was so-called born within the lower castes of society. Therefore, he had the people who were entitled to go into the temple had not allowed Alvar to go into the temple. So one day, Alvar had this habit of going to the Kaveri river and looking at the temple towers, and he used to sing and go into ecstasy. One day, a group of Brahmins had walked past, and they saw Alvar doing this act. They had physically harassed and verbally abused Alvar. Tiruppan Alvar was not allowed to enter the temple town of Srirangam. Rather, he would stand from afar and sing the glories of God without entry into the temple. He was harassed and physically abused by a group of Brahmanas who were passing by on their way to offer prayers to the deity of Srirangam, Ranganatha. Upon reaching the temple, the group of Brahmanas had to face the wrath of Ranganatha, who demanded that irrespective of whether Alvar is eligible to come into the temple or not, Alvar should come into the temple immediately. Ramanuja was of the opinion that if God himself had done such an action where he had allowed the lower caste into the temple, then there's nothing wrong. The next case of inequality which was practiced in religion is from Varaha Purana. Within the Varaha Purana, there is a supplementary Purana called Kaishika Purana. This Kaishika Purana speaks of a Chandala. Chandala means a dog eater. This Chandala was not allowed within the temple because he was so-called born into the lower caste of society. But religiously, this Chandala, who is called Nampaduvan, used to go to the temple at night. He never used to go into the temple, but he used to go to the temple at night, and he used to sing this raga. It was called Mangala Kaishika. Therefore, it's called Kaishika Purana because of this raga that is used, Mangala Kaishika. That Purana is called Kaishika Purana. So this Nampaduvan or this Chandala was not allowed within the temple, but religiously he will go to the temple on every Ekadasi and sing glories of God. Irrespective of his caste, Nampaduvan still received the grace of God at Tirukudungudi. So now that we looked at inequality within the world and inequality within religion, let us see what Ramanuja has done. Firstly, let me introduce Ramanuja to you. Vaishnavism has found its origin to be that of a divine source. It is said that Vishnu, the god Vishnu, had revealed the concepts of religion and the philosophy to his counterpart, the Mahalakshmi. Mahalakshmi in turn had revealed all of this to Vishwaksena. Vishwaksena in turn had revealed it to the Tamil Alvar saint called Nammalvar, who is also called Shatagopa. There was once a seeker and philosopher named Ranganatha Muni. Ranganatha Muni was looking for the concepts of religion. What is the true meaning of life? That is when he comes across Nammalvar, and Nammalvar has revealed onto him all of the concepts of religion, all of the concepts of philosophy, which was taught by Lord Vishnu to Mahalakshmi, from Mahalakshmi to Vishwaksena, and from Vishwaksena to Nammalvar, and now it has been handed over to Ranganatha Muni. Ranganatha Muni in turn teaches this and forms an administration called the Sampradaya, which is today called the Sri Vaishnava Sampradaya. This administration was then handed over to his grandson, called Yamuna Muni. And I think Yamuna Muni in turn hands over the administration of the Sampradaya in respect to its philosophy and religious practices to Ramanuja. And I think that Yamuna Muni or Yamunacharya could have not done a better job in putting Ramanuja in charge of Vaishnavism, because Ramanuja had completely changed the reforms of the religion. Prior to a religion which was so narrow-minded, which did not give basic rights of entry into the temples, Ramanuja had completely changed all of those concepts. One of Ramanuja's biggest contribution to Vaishnavism was ensuring that it is inclusive of all to follow, irrespective of their social status. He would have been the first ever to propagate the concept of equality within religion. So I just told, just 29 years back, my country didn't know what equality was. Yet 1007 years back, Ramanuja knew the concept of equality, and he had introduced the concept of equality within religion, and religion by definition is not circular. Religion does not need to be circular at all. Yet Ramanuja had made it circular to ensure that all people are included within it. As per Sri Rangam Koil Uraga, which is a historical account of Sri Rangam temple, it is mentioned that one of the major changes which Ramanuja has done was allowing the lower castes within the temple, prior to which was forbidden. Can one imagine in the current state not being allowed within the place of worship simply for not being born within a particular caste? Within the time frame of Ramanuja, religions which are against the tenets of Vedas were widespread in India. Many other philosophies such as Buddhism, Ajivikas, Charuvakas, and Jainism were present. Such religions and philosophies did not require any qualification within the religious practices at religious institutes concerning casteism. This in itself will lead religion to be, if casteism is practiced within religion, and if you do not give the opportunity to lower castes to practice the religion over time will become weaker. This was Ramanuja's opinion. People will get attracted to various other forms of religion, thus leading to the downfall of Vaishnavism as an independent religion. The fundamental right of freedom of religion was given to the people by Ramanuja before any other legislation was passed. Ramanuja made religion available to everyone. Till date, the common man can take that for granted. Unlike philosophies of the West, philosophy within the East sees no difference between religion and philosophy. In fact, philosophy is seen as being the very basis of religion. So if Ramanuja wants to introduce the concept of equality, he cannot only introduce it within the surface, which is religion. He has to penetrate it within philosophy as well. And that is exactly what he has done. The main focus of Hindu religion is the concept of moksha, which is a sense of freedom from the bondage of rebirth. The theory of moksha has been generally accepted by all Indian schools of philosophy and can find its roots within the Upanishads. The main question arises as to who is eligible to be granted moksha. Many philosophers have given their own eligibility. Without mentioning the names of those philosophies, we shall look at the type of inequality faced within the eligibility of theory of moksha. Even within the theory of moksha or liberation, inequality was there as well. So to attain God itself, I think you have to be born within a particular caste, then only you can attain God. There are philosophies that are there which cites that a woman cannot get moksha. She is not eligible for moksha. There are other philosophies which say that Shudra, or people that are born in a lower caste, are not entitled to moksha. There are philosophies which say that if you consume meat, then you are not eligible for moksha. My question is, in Ramayanam, Jatayu was over there. Jatayu had saved Sita, and then he was just about to die. And Rama comes to that place where Jatayu is about to die, and Rama tells Jatayu, Moksham Kachaha. Jatayu used to eat the meat, the rotten meat, which was rotting on the carcasses of animals. And he was eligible for moksha. So this was Ramanuja's point of view. It has been mentioned within certain philosophies that women and lower castes are not entitled to moksha. Rather, it was only males whom had undergone the Upanayana ceremony upon the practice of an upaya will be granted moksha. Further, philosophies cite that only a sannyasi is entitled for moksha. A sannyasi is someone who gives up all of their wealth and relations in order to get detached from the world with the aim of attaining moksha. Ramanuja had revisited the word sannyasa. Sannyasa means somebody who has detached themselves from worldly pleasures and relations, and they have become a sannyasi. They no longer have any relation with anyone, and they no longer have any possessions. I don't think it is possible for any of us to become a sannyasi. So, and also women cannot become sannyasis. So if you go by this logic that a sannyasi is entitled to moksham, women cannot become sannyasis. So that means women are not entitled to moksham. Ramanuja revisited the word of sannyasa. And he gave a very, very unique meaning to it. Ramanuja revisited the Shastra in the view of this. Using Panini's Sutras, a Sanskrit grammarian, Ramanuja derived a new meaning to the word sannyasa. Ramanuja viewed the word sannyasa as a person who acknowledges that his soul belongs to God and abandons the concept of self-protection, leaving his soul to the sole protection in the hands of God. So, one meaning of sannyasa is the person who has abandoned all of their wealth and relations and they have become a sannyasa. Ramanuja was of the opinion that a sannyasa means the concept of abandoning the protection of the soul. We often think, I have to protect myself. But Ramanuja is of the opinion that Bhagavan is the one who protects you. If you are having this kind of mindset, then you are eligible to call yourself a sannyasi, as per Ramanuja. Then comes another concept of moksha is upaya. Upaya means what leads you to God. For one to get granted moksha, they have to choose a relevant upaya. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna speaks of many upayas. Karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, etc., etc. But even within these yogas or upayas, it is not inclusive. So Ramanuja had set out further to look for another upaya which is inclusive of everyone, and he came across a very unique upaya called Nyasa Yoga or Sharanagati. Nyasa Yoga or Sharanagati includes people of all castes and doesn't only include people. It also includes animals and plant life. So as per Ramanuja, the concept of equality with Ramanuja did not only stop within humans. He had included them, he had included animals and even plant life within that. So it's equality in all aspects. Equality in terms of casteism, equality in terms of socialism, equality in terms of animals and plants. Ramanuja has made his philosophy and religion inclusive enough that they can be followed by anybody around the world, irrespective of background and culture. His search for equality within religion has made religion more broadly accepted by everyone within the world. Hence, he holds up the title of Jagadacharya. Thank you.
I request Mr. Narasimhan to please come and present the memento to Any questions to our speakers? I request Father to sum up the session now.
You know very well that summing up is very difficult because there were 7 scholars who presented from 7 different points of view. So it is really tough actually to bring everything under one umbrella. But I can only point out that there were salient points which we need to take them home. The one thing that I learned actually from the first speaker is that peace and reconciliation, actually from the Sufi point of view, that peace and reconciliation should become a way of life. Not necessarily as a spiritual way of life, but a way of life, so that when we deal with material good, peace and reconciliation is there in our hearts, in our minds, in our background. That is one of the most important things that I have learned actually from this. What is really important is, of course, there are several stages towards enlightenment, but this discerning knowledge is very, very necessary. The discerning knowledge is the one that really leads people from base and to a kind of an ultimate way of dealing with anything. So a discerning knowledge, or to be wise, is really important actually, how to deal with this material world to bring about peace as well as reconciliation. And the third thing is, I found that our elderly brother, he was saying that worship and realization, these are very, very important actually, if you want to really bring about peace and reconciliation. And I found that the person from Sri Lanka, very interesting answers, and then so much of information that he has got to tell us, connecting both the countries, India as well as Sri Lanka, giving us the kind of a religious elements actually that really go between these two countries, including Subramania and the worship of Subramania and all those things. These are very, very interesting items that I found out. And then there was a pertinent comment, which is a very sensitive comment, but of course raised by Professor Indra. The comment was, you see, in India, there is some kind of a negative opinion being created in the context of the recent conflicts, and then people are not very happy about how Buddhist monks even can oppose and then support this kind of killing and all those things. Of course, if you go and see, even now there are groups like the kind of radical groups like the Bodhubala Sena in Sri Lanka. He is not here, otherwise he would support what I am trying to say. There are a number of people, even devils can quote the Bible. So whether it is Vedas or Upanishads or any sacred text, any group can pick up something and then support themselves. This is what I mean by saying that even the devil can quote scriptures. So you find that there are a number of spiritualists who take very conveniently certain texts from any religion for that matter, their own religion. So they can have, and then they can support themselves, they can subscribe on that, and then they can have a kind of an ideology on that. But at the same time, there are also others like, the liberationists. The liberationists also can actually take scriptural texts to their own advantage. So the scriptures are actually open to everybody, and then each one and each group, ideologies have got their own way of understanding, and that is how hermeneutics has born. So you see this kind of a thing. And then I find that that is why he was trying actually in so many ways, including the NCC Major General and himself, and then they were trying to support justifying violence, justifying war. It's not a just war, he said. That was a very good distinction that they made. So it is a justification of conflict, justification of war or violence. How do you justify violence? So when you don't accept dharma, then you can have danda, actually, in order to suppress adharma. So this is a very nice way of putting things, you see. So in order to you beat it, and then you crush it, you crush adharma with a danda. So the danda will here mean war, can mean ammunition, it can mean many things actually. So it is this way that wars are being justified. So, and I find that Mr. Syed, he was saying something about this peace and reconciliation has to become ours in our transformative journey. It's a very nice way of putting this one. So we are all in the journey. Or yatra, or pilgrimage. In this pilgrimage, there are several hurdles and then burdens and pains and so many things are there. But this should become actually to transform us as we learn, as we engage ourselves in peace. So peace is not an easy thing actually. Even to be just is not so easy actually. So we need to be transformed for that. So he was saying that. And of course, Professor Pannirselvam is a comprehensive genius. So he has got so many people, and then he is very, very good and scholarly in especially Western philosophy. And of late, I have been hearing so much from the Tamil literature also, from Tirukkural, from Purnanuru, from so many other things. And then we have often heard certain phrases like Vasudhaiva Kutumpakam. So we have heard so often, but the way he gives the interpretation, bringing certain other contexts, and then within that, he just includes this particular word, which makes the phrase very, very rich and meaningful. So I find that, taking Levinas, Derrida, Habermas, and, I always enjoy one thing. That is, he said one thing as being said by I think Levinas. So to be a human, I would say to be a human is to be the other. To be a human, I'm just extending it, what you said. To be a human is to be the other. It is here, hospitality means rich. There is something very rich in the meaning of what we give by hospitality. Hospitality is, that is already you are out. You are not restricting yourself within a small round, but you are just outside already. So it is not yourself. So this is what I also felt like a decentering. He was also mentioning that. You are coming out of your own center. Na aham. That's all. Na aham. So this is a very interesting element that he was also mentioning. And so many other things. Peace is equality, peace is cooperation, peace is, you can always add many other virtues and values in this one. And finally, my friend here, I was so happy because in the morning itself, I made a comment on, see, in these international peace and reconciliation conferences, in every time we have got some certain newness, and some newness is there being added. I also mentioned that yesterday, the whole panel was all female scholars, social activists. And today, to add to that, a young scholar. I really, my pronouns to you, my dear. Waker, no? Waker, Lee. What's your name? Brent Lee. Okay. So I was so taken up, no? The one sentence that he made really touched me. Even before any legislation in India was made on equality, Swami Ramanuja made it. That is something very, very great. That the way that you put it is really great. So, my dear friends, I am really happy that on behalf of this particular panel of 7 members from various walks of life and from various scholarly perspectives that people have presented, these are some of the elements that I picked up and then I just wanted to share before you. I thank once again Swamiji for giving me this opportunity to chair this panel as well as also to present from Christian perspective. Thank you, scholars. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request Mr. Narasimhan to please present the memento to Dr. Sampath Kumar, Father Vincent Shekhar. Father Vincent Shekhar. So today we come to the end of the second day's conference. I thank one and all for having taken your time out for a very patient hearing, for some wonderful, deep and insightful thoughts that many of the scholars have shared with us over here. Some were very humorous, some were very, how do I explain Major General's explanation of why war is just? That is still running behind my mind. So these are the few thoughts that we are all going back home with. The takeaways have been fantastic today. Thank you so much. Hope to see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.